subtropical delta, home of the big plant eaters and of the monsters who chased them.
Paleo YES move, 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 Paleo YES move.
We're going to be discussing the Dodo today. For Thursday Birds Day, we're also doing our normal Thursday Birds Day festivities. But before we get to any of that stuff, you know, the potential of resurrecting the Dodo, like a biotech startup company has announced. Thank you for that support. Holy cow. Warefleet?
Dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
Exactly. And I certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Oh no. Victorious.
Implying run, you fools.
There you go, Victorious. Thank you so much for the 8 months of support. I really, really appreciate that. Victorious, that... You make me laugh. Appreciate you. Victorious has been paying attention. Thank you so much for keeping me here on the air for the past 8 months, Victorious. That is pretty extraordinary. Thank you, thank you. If anybody's here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Now, you probably know already, but I'll tell you anyway, that a paleontologist is the kind of scientist who studies fossils, you know, uses the remains of extinct organisms to try and reconstruct what life was like back, you know, usually millions of years ago, sometimes billions. But between about 66 million and, well, honestly, I've only really worked in the Cretaceous, so between 66 and 140 million years ago for me. Anyway, yeah, I work on dinosaurs in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Most paleontologists don't work on dinosaurs. But yeah, I dig up dinosaurs, I study them, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and now I talk about them 5 days a week right here on Twitch, and that's what we're going to be doing today. Talking about the potential of resurrecting a very recently extinct dinosaur.
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
So it can. Majot, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Really appreciate that. Holy moly. Thank you, Majot. Excellent stuff. Thank you for keeping me going here. Like I said, I do this 5 days a week. This is how I do my science outreach, which I believe is a solemn duty as a scientist. If you have the ability to reach out, talk to the public, get people interested in science, answer their questions, try and demystify the study of the natural world, I think you should do it. That's what I'm trying to do here. Thank you, Lordy. Thank you for helping feed the scientist, Lordy. Really appreciate that. I can only do this because of generous supporters like Lordy, like Majat, like Victorious, like Warefleet. This has somehow turned into my full-time job, in the sense that this is how I make my living, doing science broadcasts every weekday here on Twitch. Thank you for making that possible for me, supporters. And frankly, everybody else, too. If you're watching this broadcast right now, you're helping juice those numbers and helping me reach a wider audience, which... that's what I'm trying to do.
Sincere appreciation and gratitude. Thank you very much to the 100.
And thank you, Travel. I completely forgot. Thank you, Travel. Oh, boy. Yeah, our sub-goal for today. Let's see. Finish goals. I did try and change that knit. What happened? It's not gone through.
With sincere appreciation and gratitude, thank you very much to the 100 bits.
For you, thanks for this amazing channel.
Thank you, Moondrop Soup, for those 100 bits. Thank you for your kind words also. Really appreciate that. All right. Let's see here.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's start that goal. There we go. Thank you, Travel, for that reminder. I was so busy reading up on the Dodo, Rhaphis cuculatus, in preparation for today's stream, that I failed to confirm that the sub-goal had been updated properly. Gita Aloha, thank you for those 300 bits. Excellent, Gita Aloha. Thank you. And, but yeah. Where Fleets has got to support the sciences and education in general. Trying to do both here, Warefleet. Yeah. Thank you for your support. And thank you, Birds Are Dead On, for gifting Warefleet. Warefleet, enjoy those emotes. Enjoy not having to watch the ads for the next 30 days. Thanks to Birds Are Dead On. Thank you, Birds. I appreciate that. Birds Are Dead On, are you excited that it is Thursday Birds Day today? Somebody type in !birds. Because we're going to be doing Thursday Birds Day. And we're going to be talking about the dodo. Let's see who's here in chat, though. Shoot, I've already lost the beginnings of chat. But I remember Lenina and Claire Burr were there right at the beginning. I think Smorphosaurus may have been there, too, right at the start. We've got Ali J, a Truckhorn, Fall Machine, Moondrop Soup. Sheepdog. Howdy, Sheepdog. Sheepdog noticed a magpie in the starting soon screen there. We've got Awkward Cyborg. We've got Neilf. And, yeah. When you get out northeast, birds become weird. Out west, you don't even know what their names are there, so... Sheepdog? Yeah, I mean... I live out west. In California. Which is not quite as far west as you can go in the U.S. There's Alaska and there's Hawaii. But yeah. And I suppose there's Guam, too. It's even further west. Yeah. And we should really make Guam a state or give them sovereignty. Anywho, that's neither here nor there. Ali J, I'm sorry that I skipped that song, too. Let me see if I can find that real quick. What was it called? El Toro? Oh boy, it's gonna be trickier than I thought. Give me a second here. But Ali J was rocking out to one of our best songs on here. There we go. By the Urban Surf Kings. Let me find that real quick. There you go, Ali J. Here's your song. Yeah! Excellent guitar in this. Birds Are Dead On has also requested a dinosaur deep dive. Cyanopsita spixi. I'm not familiar with that one. I bet you it's a modern bird. But we'll have to see. Lenina is here. Thank you again, Lenina, for being here. Really appreciate you. And Ios and Lordy are both here, chiming in almost simultaneously. Ios and Lordy, I hope you two are taking good care of each other. I know you're still both not feeling well. So yeah. Thank you for being here, though. And I hope you haven't gone through those cough drops or tissues too quickly. I made a supply run for Ios and Lordy last night, bringing them some stuff from the store, because they don't want to go to the store and infect anybody else, so, yeah. And they weren't feeling up for it anyway. I brought them some stuff. Hopefully that's helped out. Delta Rain is here. How are you doing, Delta? Welcome, welcome. Always lovely to see you, Delta. Howdy, howdy. Cruising on down Texas Cryptid. Dither. Jody Fish. How are you all doing? It's great to see you. Mojo Jojo, welcome, welcome. Fall Machine. Neon Coffee Cat. Chris TS. Did you enjoy that cold open video, Chris TS? Yeah, don't... Steer clear of gigantic birds of prey, you know? Yeah. Claire Burr says, feed the birds. Tuppence of Baggins. Oh, Claire Burr. It's good to have you here, Claire. And Hugh Fun, what's shaking? Good to have you here. Who else have we got? Bliss9, howdy, howdy. And the bluest shirt I've ever seen you in. Layer T, you're the first to notice. It's a brand new shirt today. Yeah. I got some new military surplus shirts. This one, I think, was on the order of about $4. Not too shabby, right? Yeah. I might even use it in the field this summer. We'll see. It's very, like, loose and comfortable and soft. I like it a lot. And it looks pretty okay on camera, too. It looks much bluer on this camera, for whatever reason. But, yeah. Anywho. Yeah, Dodo or to don't. No liver. Nick, welcome back. I've missed you, Nick. How are you doing? It's great to see you. Welcome back, Nick. Howdy, howdy. Sorry it took me so long to get to your message, too. It's not a delay in the stream. This is a delay with me. But welcome back, Nick. I think I just showed a picture, our crew picture from this past summer. And you were in it. Welcome back, Nick. It's great to see you. Are you going to be joining our crew with Jim and Don again this next summer? I hope. Or, shoot, are you going to be out with Ethan in Wyoming? Be great to see you again, Nick. Nick lives down in Southern California, everybody, and fellow paleontologist, although he digs fossils outside every day. Unlike me, where I only do fieldwork during the summers like a chump, he gets to be out there all the time. Anyway, it's great to see you, Nick. Welcome back. Yeah. And, alright, trying to make my way down through chat, trying to catch up. Eli Lassetti, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Oscar Barr. Any cool places to see out there, says Oscar Barr? In California? Absolutely.
With
Plenty of,
appreciation and gratitude, thank you very much for the 100 bits.
Thank you for those bits. Xuldi. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Welcome back? I think I recognize that name. Xuldi, thank you for being here. Thank you for the 100 bits. I really appreciate it. Yeah. And Warefleet says, technically, aren't we just really, really far west over here on the East Coast? See, there's Warefleet. Thinking smarter, not harder there. Warefleet. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Lordy says, thank you, Danny. Thank you, Lordy, for being here. I appreciate you. What's that? Oh, you've got a Cheer 1000 emblem there? A little badge next to your name? Very nice. Not seen that before. Corporate Mold, the fun has arrived. In the form of Corporate Mold. Welcome back. It's great to see you here. Thank you for joining us. Corporate Mold from the Harry Horror Show community, right? Thank you for joining us again. You stick around, you'll probably get yourself a gift sub. I predict. I'm biasing our experiment here by predicting this out loud. I should do the Johnny Carson style prediction where I put it into an envelope. You know, I write it down, put it into an envelope, and seal it. But yeah, yeah. Roland says, I like the way you've decorated and lit your room down. Thank you, Roland. Yeah, this is my office here. It's going to be even cooler once we get that Triceratops up there on the shelf. I'm working on that. Or our Iguanodon hand. Once this is finished, that's going to be really neat, too. But yeah.
Does DPS gifted a tier 1 sub to Corporate Mold 27. They have given 22 gift subs in the channel.
What did I say about biasing the experiment there? Mommy does. Thank you. Thank you for that gift sub to Corporate Mold. Really appreciate that, Mommy does. Thank you, thank you. I have since been told that DPS in your name, Mommy does DPS, apparently is like it's a measurement, damage per second. But it might as well be, gifted subs per stream at this rate. Mommy does. Thank you for your generosity. I really appreciate that. Excellent. Yeah. And Cyant Streams is here too. Welcome, welcome, Balint. How are you doing? How's Lita? And how's baby Ilona? I hope you're all doing really well, settling in there. And I hope the cats aren't too jealous of the new baby. Although it seems like everybody's getting along like one big happy family, and that makes me really happy too. Welcome back, Cyant Streams. Shoot, unless you're streaming later, I'd love to have your input on some of the stuff we'll be discussing today. Shoot, it'd be great to get Lita's input also. She knows a thing or two about George Church, apparently, who's one of the lead researchers in this project, talking about dodos and stuff like that. So anyway, yeah. But let's see here. Which dinosaur had the highest DPS? Damage per second? I don't know, Victoria. Damage to what? I guess it depends. If we're talking damage to local flora, it would probably be some kind of sauropod. Just knocking over trees left and right. Yeah. Alright, young mite, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And, oh, and where is, Tactile 3D Picture? How are you doing, Tactile? Welcome, welcome. Great to see you. Yeah. Strawberry Jasmine says hi from New Zealand. Welcome, welcome, Strawberry Jasmine. Thank you for joining us. And, you say hello from New Zealand. I say hello from the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Here in the East Bay. It's actually kind of cloudy today, which is nice. You get tired of sunshine if it's sunny every day. But hello, hello. I hope you're doing well. Anyway. And Nick, No Liver says, I got lucky and was able to stop in today and say hello. Hope all is well with you, Danny. Everything's great. It's better now that you're here, Nick. Welcome, welcome. I'm planning on helping Ethan in Wyoming and also Don and Jim in Utah this summer. Fantastic, Nick. Fantastic. I can't wait. It's going to be great to see you again. And I will see you then too, Nick. Phenomenal. Yeah. Very, very cool. And uh-oh. That was a... I don't know why I'm putting my hand in my ear. It's not going to help. I'm not trying to be overly dramatic. But the 3D printer's making some weird noises. I'm going to go check on it. We're printing something today, specifically for today's topic. Can anybody guess what it is? Oh, goodness. The support's giving us some trouble there. And it is a dinosaur, Roland Elliart. Jody Fish says, looks like a dodo neck. It is indeed a dodo head. Yeah, I am myself resurrecting a dodo, or at least its head and neck today. Yeah. So, that should be done before the end of stream today. And I'll be excited to show it off. Talking all about dodos. So yeah, Rollins has got to get a cable car in there for the San Francisco scene. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Yeah. And, anywho, yeah. And, let's see here. And, Delta, it's okay. Yeah, I trust Dr. Terra for good links. I appreciate your proactive moderation there, Delta. But Dr. Terra is, we can whitelist him for sure. Him, her, them. We can definitely whitelist them. So yeah. Anyway, welcome again to Strawberry Jasmine. Trying to make my way down through chat. Hope you're doing well there in New Zealand. It's great to see you. How far along is the Mammoth de-extinction project? So far, Steve? Mammoths are still extinct. Yeah. Strictly speaking, even if that project is successful, mammoths will still be extinct afterward, but we'll have some kind of facsimile of a mammoth to talk about and observe and admire, and one that will hopefully help restore the ecosystem up there in northern Siberia and help mitigate climate change at least a little bit. But yeah. And K Teekins is catching my first stream. Welcome, K Teekin. It is great to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. K Teekin says, looking forward to that Dodo final 3D print. Well, it's just going to be the head and neck. I don't want to disappoint you. It's not going to be a full body print. But, should be done by the end of today's stream, so stick around. It's going to be really cool. And we'll continue to check on it like this as it progresses. So, yeah. And Rita Schultz says hello from Berlin. Rita Schultz, hello once again from the San Francisco Bay Area. Not gonna dwell on that, but yeah. Welcome, Rita. Good to have you here. People are just gonna start saying hello from wherever they are in order to get me to do that. Sheridanicus.
I can spare no expense.
Thank you for that gift sub there.
Gifted a tier 1 sub
To K Teekin.
They have given 40 gifts
Really
up to
appreciate that,
channel.
Sheridan. Thank you. Appreciate your generosity. Look, we're already at 3 out of 40 subs for the day. Yeah. Ali J says, hi from Australia. Oh.
25 feet long, weighing 4 tons.
Neon Leon.
He won a lot of arguments in his time, but very few beauty contests.
Unlike Neon Leon, who's won many, many beauty contests. Thank you so much for the 6 months of support. Appreciate that. Ali J said hello from Australia. Hello, Ali J from the San Francisco Bay Area. Yeah. Yeah. Hello from Finland, says Generic Lambda. Hello from the San Francisco Bay Area. But yeah. Diane Serpent says, Dandy, did you hear about the dinosaur? That dino that got found recently. Which one is that, Diane? Yeah, there's a few. There's a duck-billed dinosaur from Texas that's currently in press. Not yet been officially published, but we know about it already. Meliafica, I think is the genus name. We've also got a new titanosaur from Argentina that's in press, but it's not yet officially published. I think that one just came onto our radar today. Yeah. Costa del Sol de España, Gargoware. Hello from the San Francisco Bay Area. Welcome, welcome. Great to have you here. But yeah. Elenina says hello from the icy tundra of the Dallas-Fort Worth area of Texas. Hello, hello, Lenina from the San Francisco Bay Area. Mech Matt says hello from the San Francisco Bay Area. Hello to you too. I think I might actually see you over there, Mech Matt. Hi, Mech Matt. I hope you're doing well. This is my view from my office, by the way, in case you didn't know. I've got a window just like this, and I'm looking out it right now. Yep, bridge is still there. Everything's good. Everything's good. Anyway, yeah. Hello from cold Toronto. Hello to you too, Tommy Diplodocus. Quebec, Canada. Office on Chrissy Field. You know it, Delta Rain. You know it. Yes, indeed. Hello from the Pacific Northwest. Hello to you too, Dither. Hey, man, enough of this. Shoot. We're gonna get tired of that scene. I'm gonna have to make a new one. And Oklahoma. Hello to you too, Hojo Cat. Tulsa. Cool. There's good fossils in Oklahoma. Not many people know that, but it's true. Yeah. Kakapo Island. Holy cow, Synthberry. Off the coast of New Zealand, Synthberry. Is that right? Z Black Rider, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And, the tip of the Bemis Moraine. Where is the... Hang on. Where is that, Lloyd? Bemis Moraine. Moraine is that's made from glacial till. Glaciers would kind of, like, move through an environment, and then they'd be at once kind of bulldozing land in front of them, and also, like, depositing stuff over the top. A lot of people think that moraines are just, like a bulldozer. The glaciers coming through and depositing stuff like that. But it's also like a conveyor belt that's depositing stuff over the top. From Des Moines, Iowa. Very cool, Lloyd. Very, very cool. We don't have any glaciers here in the San Francisco Bay Area. But, got lots of other cool stuff. So I really can't complain, you know? Anyway, yeah. Mommy Does says no dinosaurs here. You've got modern dinosaurs, at least. And, Jacob... Oh, hang on. No, we already had that. I don't know why that alert reappeared. Anyway, good song here. You ready for it? Yeah, one of my favorite songs. Seven Nation Army. That's actually on my list of possible dinosaur site names. If I ever find an ankylosaur site... might have to name the site Seven Nation Anki. Yeah. Anyway, we had a bunch of ankylosaur Anki site names with Museum of the Rockies.
And gratitude. Thank you very much for the 100 bits.
I travel the world, holy cow.
3D printer filament create in terms of your dinosaur parts?
Ooh, travel the world. One filament of 3D printer, one spool of 3D printer filament, printed all of this right here. this iguanodon arm and hand. I went through one whole spool for this, and then another spool for the thumb of our iguanodon right here. Yeah, and then the pinky finger was also on that second spool, but it's a lot. It's a lot. It goes really far. I mean, that much material. Yeah. So our Dodo that we're printing right here will probably be about... This will probably be about 1/8 of a spool, probably less. Yeah. Anyway. Thank you, Travel, for buying some of those spools off of the Amazon wish list. I've been able to do a lot of 3D printing thanks to you, Travel, so thank you for your generosity. You know it means a lot to me. You know that, but I still like to say it anyway, and thank you for your support. It means a lot. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Ali J says, if I found a site, I'd probably name it 46 and 2 for the Tool song. We actually have a lot of sites. When I worked with Museum of the Rockies, we had a lot of sites that were named after songs and stuff. We had a Leptoceratops site that was named, it was named, oh, what was it? Leggy Blonde, after the Flight of the Conchords song, because there were some leg bones that Denver Fowler discovered there, and they were this nice kind of buff blonde color. So he named it Leggy Blonde after the Flight of the Conchords song. We actually had a few Flight of the Conchords song sites. There was another one that I found, I think it was an Oviraptorosaur that took... It only took a couple minutes to really excavate. And I, Oh, and hang on. I'm not telling this story properly. There was a site that somebody found. I think Dave DeMar found it. And I think it was a turtle or something like that. Or maybe it was a microsite. And he named it Business Time after the Flight of the Conchords song. And then I found a site that was like just around the corner from that. And I called it 2 minutes. Because it took like 2 minutes to collect this Oviraptorosaur limb that was right there. I called it 2 minutes after one of the memorable lines from that Flight of the Conchords song, Business Time. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. We had another Ankylosaur site that was named Anky Breaky Heart. Anky for like Ankylosaur. That's kind of our nickname for those critters sometimes in the field. You don't want to say Ankylosaur again and again and again a million times in a day. So sometimes you just shorten it to Anky, you know? A little nickname. So Anky Breaky Heart was one of our Ankylosaur sites. And yeah, for 2 whole minutes. There you go, Reno. Yeah. So yeah. Prettiest fossil in the room. I like that. Kaya in the sky, depending on the room, you know. Kaya, welcome back. It's good to see you. Yeah. So anyway, could these be played on the ukulele? You know, I don't know. If somebody can find me ukulele chords for some Flight of the Conchords songs, I could maybe learn them. But they're very talented. You know, New Zealand's 4th most popular folk comedy duo. Yeah, there's some complicated chords in there, I bet. They're very accomplished musicians. So yeah. Oh, thank you, Kaya. I appreciate you. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, and Ukutabs. Thank you, Aditya. How are you doing, by the way, Aditya? Welcome. Yeah. We've got Hurt Feelings, Leggy Blonde, excellent. Robots, and the most beautiful girl in the room. Very nice. Robots, we might even take a look at this song later because it is relevant to today's discussion. I pulled up a live recording of Flight of the Conchords playing that earlier. Anywho, yeah. But yeah, what do you say we start talking about... Well, you know what? Shoot, we've got... I'll wait a little bit before we do Thursday Birds Day. Somebody type in again, !birds. But we're going to be talking about this here. Many of you have probably heard about this already, but there is this is capturing a lot of headlines, a biotech startup called Colossal. They've previously announced that they're going to resurrect, big quotation marks, a woolly mammoth, and the thylacine, the Tasmanian tiger. Kind of de-extinctify these critters. They just announced this week they plan to do the same thing for the dodo bird. Let's get some background information on dodos. Right on topic for Thursday Birds Day here on Paleontologizing. Let's talk about what makes these birds so special in the first place. What were they? Where did they live? How did they evolve? And how did they become just this worldwide emblem for the idea of extinction? Let's talk about it a little bit. Yeah. Mommy Does asks, is there a habitat for the dodo, even if it's back? I like where your head's at there, Mommy Does. We'll talk about that, yeah. Yeah, because that is a huge concern. And that might have a central part in the extinction of this animal in the first place. So let's talk a little bit about dodos, shall we? Take a look at this. If anybody's watching this on YouTube after the VOD goes live, you probably won't be able to hear this part of the video because I have it muted, so YouTube doesn't freak out about all the copyright stuff. So anyway, you can go find the original video and watch that. But all of you live, not to worry, you'll be able to hear and see it at the same time. Let's have ourselves a watch. Let's talk about the dodo. And what do you know what that story is completely false. We'll talk about that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Ew. Ios. It's footage here. What? Oh boy, whoever's editing this video together, yeah, I guess they decided to go through their stock video library and yeah. Somebody just typed in rats and ships and then came up with this footage from Stuart Little right here. Oh boy. Hmm. Ugh. Mm. Well, no, they would have still had fight or flight reflex. It just, they would not have a natural aversion to predators because that's something, not something they had to deal with for millions upon millions of years, you know? Yeah. It's not that they wouldn't have had a fight or flight response. These are still birds that would be interacting with each other, and they'd have that kind of response with each other, but yeah, with people, they wouldn't have that kind of, you know, instinctual fear of human beings that creatures that have spent a long time around human beings would have. Does that make sense? That was a weird thing to say. I agree, Claire, yeah. Yeah. This is not necessarily true. There's actually a lot of debate, as I've found, about the origin of the term dodo. Yeah, we don't know for sure. There's competing hypotheses about the origin of the word dodo. But yeah. Zortan Z, thank you for the follow. Welcome, Zortan. Appreciate you being here. Less than that. Yeah. Yeah, that's a mistake, though. Yeah. Kneecaps like patellas? Do birds have patellas? I think they do. Somebody type an exclamation mark turkey. I think on our turkey diagram we might have kneecaps on that. I'm trying to remember. I did this illustration a while ago. Yeah. Let's see about that. That's Meleagris gallopavo, the turkey. I don't know if that's a kneecap, a patella, or what. Do birds have patellas? The true patella remains independent throughout life in most birds and is normally located well proximal to the cranial nemial crest, within the patellar sulcus of the femur. Interesting. Okay. Interesting to note. The patella, by the way, is the kneecap. That's that little bone that kind of floats in between your femur and your tibia. It's right there. I'll show you. Anybody who's ever dislocated their patella, like I have, can tell you that that is no fun. Oh, boy. Here is my knee right here. The patella is the bone right here. It's not actually, like, connected to your other bones. It's just kind of floating there in flesh, and it's attached by tendons or ligaments. I always get these mixed up. But, yeah. Patella. Right there. The patella, the kneecap, is right there. Wow. Right here. And if you twist your leg in just the wrong way, that can actually slip out of joint. Yeah, it's not fun. Really, really not fun. Yeah, anyway. But yeah. You've never dislocated or broken a bone in your life? I've dislocated my knee, my patella, my left patella one time, but I've never broken a bone. Or at least, I don't think I have. There have been a couple of times in the field and back in Civilization, too, where I, like, took a really bad fall and I couldn't, like, walk properly for a few days. Couldn't walk properly for, yeah, sometimes longer. And who knows, I never got an x-ray or anything. There could be hairline fractures, but I don't think I've ever broken a bone. But yeah, anyway. So yeah. Never gets fun, says Retro Roadshow. Yeah. Oh, by the way, speaking of broken bones... Ooh, have I got a trivia question for you? Yeah. Here we go. The trivia question is as follows. Who is the most famous person to be born in the U.S. state of Montana? Speaking of broken bones. The most famous person born in the U.S. state of Montana. Roses and Tea says Hannah Montana. That's an excellent guess. And I once made a joke about this. But that's not quite... that's not quite our correct answer. One more time. I do see a correct answer in there. Holy cow, I do. Maybe 2 correct answers. Let's actually see if I can find this for you. I might have to go into the Wayback Machine. Wayback Machine. I used to have a blog on here. Let's see. There we go. This would have been 2015, probably? Let's see. I don't know if it preserves the images, though. It very well might not. Let's see. Hell Creek and back. There we go. This is my old website from ages and ages ago. And let's see. It's probably here. It's probably the second one. There we go. Hell Creek and back. This is what I called my blog at the time, which nobody read, but you know, it was fun to put together. Spent way too much effort on it. Yeah. God bless the Wayback Machine, but here we go. Our 3 most famous Montanans, according to most people, are these 3 right here. Joe Montana, Hannah Montana, and the Unabomber. Why the Unabomber? Because he was captured in Montana, Claire. None of these people are actually from Montana. The reason I put this together is I thought it was funny. Yeah. I don't know. Montana might actually be, like, dead last. Out of all 50 states in the U.S., Montana might be number 50 for, like, notable Americans who have come out of that state. But the most prominent native son of Montana, native son or daughter or person, to come out of the great U.S. state of Montana. Evel Knievel. When is he gonna jump it? I haven't actually watched this before. Anyway, Evel Knievel. There we go. While Evel Knievel later moved to the U.S. state of Florida and is probably more closely associated with that state, Evel Knievel was born in Butte, Montana. You saw where he crashed at Snake River, Idaho? Shoot, Claire Bear. Oof. Is that what killed him? Yeah. Anyway, said for the rest of the world, Montana is known for surprisingly few things. Ask anybody, and chances are you'll get one of the following: mountains, wildlife, wilderness, cowboys. If you're really lucky, and the person follows the news or has a passing familiarity with dinosaur science, they might even mention fossils. But for the most part, the outside world hasn't but the foggiest understanding of Montana. And as far as the rest of the country is concerned, the state's most notably interesting people are probably as follows: Joe Montana, Hannah Montana, and the Unabomber. That's kind of unfortunate. Well, I'd certainly like to rattle off a long list of actual prominent Montanans. The state's relatively brief modern history and a sparse population keeps the roster pretty short. There's Ted Turner, who apparently owns a ranch somewhere near Livingston. Gary Cooper grew up on a ranch near Helena. And Evel Knievel was born and raised in Butte, Montana. And then, of course, there's Jack Horner, my old boss. Yeah. Anywho, if you'd like to read this, there you go. But yeah, so whoever said Evel Knievel, you won. Very nice. Be proud of yourself. Yeah. You were right, Reno? There you go. Very nice. Yeah. Zalex says Jack Horner is far more popular nowadays? I suppose that's true. Yeah. Oh, you said Jack. Okay, there you go, Reno. Yeah. And Jack Horner was born in Shelby, Montana. There you go, Claire Burr. Or nearby, anyway. Jack Horner, I think, was actually born in a tent outside of Shelby, Montana. Anyway, how did we get on this topic in the first place? Oh, we were talking about patellas and then broken bones. Evel Knievel broke a bunch of bones. Yeah. Mayor of Space. I need to check out that movie. That sounds incredible. Holy cow. Yeah. And David Letterman is also from Montana? Really? Where was David Letterman born? Indianapolis, Indiana, which I've been to. I did a live stream from there. Back in, what? June? July? Where was David Letterman raised? Indianapolis. Did David Letterman live in Montana? Letterman had become a part-time Montana resident thanks to his good friend and fellow Montanan Tom Brokaw. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Anyway, a lot of celebrities have, like, part-time residency in Montana, but they're not really, like, associated with that state, you know? Yeah. It sounds like a banger of a film. You should check that out, Delta. That'd be a great movie night, maybe. Yeah. Jody Fish says Christopher Lloyd. Great Scott, really? Where was Christopher Lloyd born? Stamford, Connecticut. Where was he raised? Westport, Connecticut. Christopher Lloyd. Montana. Huh, okay. He lived in Montana for a while, I suppose. Anyway, lots of people have lived in Montana for a little while, I guess. But yeah, yeah. Reno says this is a fun rabbit hole. I hope so. We've gotten way off track here. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. The challenge to name famous Belgians? Uh-oh, Michael T. Meyer. What was that noise? It's not the 3D print. It's probably one of my roommates. Might be the air fryer in the kitchen or something. It's making noise. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, famous Belgians. King Leopold. Heart of Darkness. Oof, I don't know. Anywho, yeah. Let's get back to the Dodo here, shall we? Go back a little bit. Yeah. And, oh, and thank you, Dr. Tara. Here, well, I think I might have this actually on, in my roster for videos already, but we'll take a look. Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah. And let's take a look at this from Dr. Tara there. There we go. Yeah. Yep. Richard Owen, by the way, is the guy who coined the word dinosaur back in 1842. Come on, video. Yeah, so Richard Owen is the guy who came up with the word dinosaur. Yeah. And Dr. Terra says, small world. I mean, at the time it was. There were very few professional naturalists in the world at the time. And Richard Owen was maybe the most famous of them all at the time. Yeah. Thank you, Retro. Cheers. Ugh. So, this is kind of crazy. We have got fewer complete skeletons of a dodo than we have of Tyrannosaurus. In fact, we probably have about 20 times as many associated skeletons of Tyrannosaurus than we have of the dodo. That's pretty nuts. I mean, this is an animal that lived... It was literally killed by humans. Not entirely through overhunting, probably mostly through habitat destruction and the introduction of invasive species, but... yeah, shoot. In some sense, we've got better skeletons of T-Rex than we have of the dodo. T-Rex that lived 66 million years ago. That's pretty nuts. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I was talking about. Yeah. It's a good video so far. I like this. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Tara, for posting it. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is great. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And who can tell me what that phrase means? Subfossil. Right there. Does anybody think they know? What does the term subfossil mean? Pre-fossil, not quite fully fossilized, not a proper fossil yet, not fully mineralized, still contains DNA. Yes. Basically, a subfossil is... It's when, like, the remains of a living thing, a once living thing... As a general rule, it's younger than 10,000 years old. And it hasn't been fully fossilized. Like, it's not been permineralized and partially turned to stone like other fossils are. It's... Usually bones are what we call subfossils. And they often come from things like cave deposits. Some sort of environment with, like, constant temperature and steady conditions so that the actual bone itself can, you know, avoid rotting away, being sun-bleached and turned to dust or whatever. It's preserved there without actually having been fossilized in the classic sense. That's a subfossil. Subfossils generally younger than 10,000 years, and they often have DNA in them still. Yes, absolutely. So, yeah, let's continue. Hey, Miss Yvette, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Yeah. We'll talk about that later, too. Yeah. Holy cow. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So they probably looked a lot more like this, actually. Almost like a giant kiwi bird. But we'll talk about that. Ontogeny. Hmm. Yep. Or just hearsay, too. Yeah. Hmm. Ugh. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Different kind of bird. Yeah. Anyway, we're not... I don't really want to dwell on this too much because we've got a lot of other stuff to discuss. Let's see. Name, origin, and Dodo sound. Dodo's extinction. Let's get to this right here. Yeah. Not entirely. And also habitat destruction, too. I mean, that's a huge part of it also. Yep. So that's something that we'll see again and again when we talk about some other birds that are now extinct, driven to extinction by people. That's a common theme that we're going to see again and again and again, is going to be when birds are numerous enough that they only have to lay one egg per season, maybe fewer than one eggs per year, they're at particular risk of extinction by overhunting or by critters stealing their eggs, critters that are often introduced by humans. So yeah. Anywho, yeah. Retro Roadshow says, you know, if they brought back that somewhere, someone will want to eat one. I mean, yeah. We'll be talking about the Dodo resurrection idea in a little bit. Right now, we're just kind of covering the, some background on these animals so that you kind of fully understand them and maybe appreciate them a little bit better. And holy cow, that's not a good noise. Let me go check on this. Printing a Dodo right now. That makes me nervous. That's at the very end. That's the tip of the beak coming down. And it's not being properly supported. I'm really hoping that part doesn't fail, because that's going to be really irritating if it does. Anyway, but yeah. Kaya in the Sky says, printing a Dodo right now is just wild to hear. It's just the head and neck, 3D print. Polylactic acid. 3D print right here. Yeah. And give them now... Nell, I think I already have that on my roster. Is it this one right here? Give me a second. I think it's... Where did that go? Might be here. Is it this one right here? Give them Nell. Because if so... I have already got it. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. But thank you, Nell. Appreciate that. Get rid of that and that and that. Clear out some tabs here. Nutella, Christopher Lloyd. Anyway, Dodo. Yeah. Back to this right here. And there you go, Retro Roadshow. I didn't think about doing that for this particular model. I've done that before, adding some solid supports for things. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let us continue here. So, the Dodo is not the only creature that was driven to extinction on the island of Mauritius, thanks to human civilization on that island. There are many, many other creatures that are now gone forever because of that, too. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing that we're going to talk about too, maybe a little bit. I know we've discussed Baron Georges Cuvier before and the idea of extinction, how this was a revolutionary idea, how human beings, like we in the scientific community, we had solid ideas about atomic theory, about the atom. Basically, humanity had discovered the atom before it discovered extinction as a scientific concept. You know, ideas of the atom were right around the turn of the 19th century. Extinction came a little bit after that, with Baron Georges Cuvier. So yeah, Naderfiend says, Greeks invented atomic theory. Kind of. I mean, and that knowledge was kind of lost for a while. Anyway, I guess I'm talking about in, like, early modern times, if that makes sense. But you're not wrong, Naderfiend. Definitely not. Yeah. Senaton Seppa, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Says, so a bigger extinction event? I'm not sure I know what you mean, Sana. Could you elaborate? Glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, let's continue. Hey, Procyon. Howdy, howdy. Yeah. Hmm. Anyway, this is really getting into the weeds here, but we'll... yeah. Oh, and Santa says the Mauritius extinction event, since a lot of native species... There you go, Santa, yeah. There were multiple species that were driven to extinction by humans on the island of Mauritius. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, the dodo is kind of the poster child for that. Yeah, the poster bird for that extinction event. But yeah. Yeah, Brannington, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Hey, Freya. Howdy, howdy. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Hmm. Only 64 years. That is crazy. That this critter was only around for 66 years, give or take a few, after being discovered by humans. That's pretty heartbreaking. I mean, oh my goodness. What remarkable animals, and such a dirty shame that we managed to drive them into extinction in just 66 years. Hmm. There we go. Yeah. Probably pretty bright critters. Yeah. Yep. Gonna happen in the blink of an eye. What a tragedy. Yeah, lovely video there. Really, really interesting. Now, here, let me talk for a minute about the idea of extinction. Because this, believe it or not, is a fairly modern idea. The idea that living things can go extinct. It was long after the extinction of the dodo that the scientific community actually realized that, yes, it is possible for living things to go extinct. Yeah, and Kaya in the Sky, we'll talk about the diet of the dodo in a little bit, I think. That has something to do with why their beaks were so robust, most likely. But let's take a look at this. Last year we celebrated the birthday, or maybe we commemorated the date of the passing of Baron Georges Cuvier, which maybe is more consistent with a discussion on extinction. But anyway, let's talk about that a little bit right here, because like I said, the idea of, scientific study of the atom actually started before scientific study of extinction. The extinction, like the idea of extinction, is a more modern idea in science than the idea of the structure of the atom. That's crazy to think about. But here, let's take a look.
Georges Cuvier was a French scientist in the 19th century who was an expert at comparing animal species by their bones. One day, he noticed something strange. Some of the fossil bones he was studying didn't quite match those of animals that were alive in his day. This discovery was very puzzling. In Cuvier's time, most people thought that all life had been created at once and had stayed the same through many, many generations up to the present day. Animals didn't change from one to another, and they certainly didn't disappear altogether. So where did these strange bones come from?
So this is actually like a shockingly prevalent idea even today. There are a lot of people who think that living things can't change, which is preposterous because, each generation changes. Each generation is a little bit different from their parents. You are a little bit different from your parents. If you're watching right now, you're not identical to your parents. And if you have children, your children are not identical to you. That's, if you're alive, like, creatures change generation to generation. That's just part of how things work. Back in the day, people didn't think that this was the case. They kind of assumed that, yeah, there's always stasis. Living things are always the same. And this was kind of like a religious idea. It was practically a religious dogma. Not practically, it was literally a religious dogma. Living things didn't change. They were, perfectly designed by an all-knowing creator. And, of course, they could never change. And the idea that they could go extinct, that living things could disappear altogether, that a species could vanish from the earth, this was an even more preposterous idea. I mean, how in the world would that be possible for divine creations to cease to be? The idea was heresy. Georges Cuvier showed that this idea was wrong.
In Cuvier's time, most people thought that all life had been created at once and had stayed the same through many, many generations up to the present day. Animals didn't change from one to another, and they certainly didn't disappear altogether. So where did these strange bones come from? To solve this puzzle, Cuvier got out of the museum and visited mines around Paris to study rocks and their fossils. He noticed that strange bones seemed to be buried deep in older rocks, and as you moved up through younger and younger rocks, they disappeared entirely. That gave him an idea. Some animals are not found today because they completely died out thousands, even millions of years ago, and the history of their appearance and disappearance is preserved in the rocks. Cuvier identified more than 24 of these extinct species, leading him to think about revolutions.
Yep.
Dramatic periods when many animals...
Hello. The creature we will be examining is a paleontologist.
Andrew Holding, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It is great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. If anybody's here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Surely you know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. That's why I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, as you could probably guess, looking at my office here. But yeah, today we are discussing the idea of extinction, which we're talking about right now. We're talking about the dodo bird, Rhaphis cuculatus, which unfortunately is extinct. But whether it will remain extinct in every sense of the word, well, that could change. There's a biotech startup company that claims that they are going to resurrect the dodo. We'll talk about that in a little bit, after we get some background information all covered. But yeah, you'll get my take on that, and should be a lot of fun. You're going to learn a lot along the way. Anyway, I hope you had a wonderful stream, Andrew Holding. Thank you for the raid. Can we get one more shout out for Andrew there? People who are watching already, check out Andrew Holding's channel if you've not yet done so. See if you might want to follow them. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate you. Yeah. But yeah, your office looks much better than my office. Well, thank you. Yeah. Oh, it's gonna look even cooler once I get the baby Triceratops up there. Yeah, I'm very excited about that. I've got big plans. So yeah. Matt Trumpets, how are you doing? Dinosaurs, that is? Future gas? Oh, is this the idea that the dinosaurs turned into oil? That's not actually true. Yeah. Oil is formed from ocean bottom sediments. From, like, dead plankton, basically. It's nothing to do with dinosaurs. But, I know that's a very popular urban legend, but yeah. You have feelings on de-extinction, Andrew Holding? I'd love to hear about them. We're going to be talking about that just a little bit. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. Let's get back to this right here. We were talking about Baron Georges Cuvier. Thank you, Travel the World, for gifting Andrew Holding. Thank you, Travel. Look, we're now at 5 out of 40 gift subs. We are currently at, let's see, that is what, 5%? 5 out of 40? No, 5 out of 100 would be 5%. Anyway, we're at 1/8, whatever percentage that is. We're 1/8 of the way to our goal today. Thank you, Travel. Andrew Holding, enjoy that gift sub there. We're talking about this guy, Baron Georges Cuvier.
By their bones. One day he noticed something strange. Some of the fossil bones he was studying didn't quite match those of animals that were alive.
Kind of discovered the idea of extinction.
Very puzzling. In Cuvier's time, most people thought that all life had been created at once and had stayed the same through many, many generations up to the present day. Animals didn't change from one to another,
Thank you,
and
Jody
they certainly
Fish.
didn't disappear altogether. So where did these strange bones come from? To solve this puzzle, Cuvier got out of the museum and visited mines around Paris to study rocks and their fossils. He noticed that strange bones seemed to be buried deep in older rocks, and as you moved up to younger and younger rocks, they disappeared entirely. That gave him an idea. Some animals are not found today because they completely died out thousands, even millions of years ago. And the history of their appearance and disappearance is preserved in the rocks.
So this is why Baron Georges Cuvier George, what's his full name? Shoot, he's got a really long name with all kinds of titles in it. There we go. Jean-Léopold Nicolas Frédéric Baron Cuvier. He is often considered to be the father of paleontology because of his work back in the 1700s. And he helped discover the idea of extinction, which at the time was revolutionary. A lot of people considered it heretical. The idea that living things could actually go extinct. A lot of people didn't want to believe it at the time, but that's the thing, is the evidence showed that it was true.
Cuvier identified more than 24 of these extinct species, leading him to think about revolutions. Dramatic periods when many animals went extinct as an essential part of the history of life on Earth. Today, 5 mass extinctions are known to have occurred, and while we think of evolution as the main force that drives new adaptations and forms, mass extinction events also play a large role by creating ecological niches for different species to occupy. You might say that thanks to Cuvier, our knowledge of abrupt changes in the history of life is rock solid.
Yeah, he was a pioneer in his day. Here's a link to that video if you'd like to watch it on your own time. There you go. What did the groundhog say to his girlfriend? I dig you. Not, I got you, babe? Miss Yvette? I completely forgot today was Groundhog Day. But anyway, yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to show anybody up. Miss Yvette, I appreciate you. Groundhogs are very good animals at digging. I completely forgot today was going to be Groundhog Day. It's Thursday Birds Day. We still got to cover our birds and everything, and honestly, birds take precedence over any kind of mammal. Even marmots. So, yeah. Maybe we'll have to do it again tomorrow, says Original Old Dog. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. We'll have to see about that. Tomorrow's Groundhog Day again. Thank you, Matty Holmes. Yeah. Birds rule. Indeed, Miss Yvette. They outnumber mammal species 2-1. Yeah. So anyway, and thank you, Safarix, for gifting Miss Yvette. That is a worthy recipient for a gift sub if I ever saw one. Thank you, Safarix, for gifting Miss Yvette. I appreciate that. I do. Yeah. Mayor's Space is in honor of Groundhog's Day. Rift Tracks is playing the same movie over and over for 24 hours. Really, Mayor's Space? Is that right? Rift Tracks or MST3K? Crowback Thursday. Maybe do they have a different channel? Yeah. It's some anime, says Mirror Space. I don't know what that is, but it sounds exotic.
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week? And that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs? Don't give up on life, sir. Wow.
Hello, Paleo Casaveri.
Happiest Collie, thank you so much for the 27 months of support there. I really appreciate that, Collie. Thank you for keeping me here on the air for the past 27 months. Primity, that is almost a whole year, isn't it? Hello, says Happiest Collie with the cassowary there. Hello to you too, Happiest Collie. Appreciate you, Collie. Thank you. You won't give up on dinosaurs? Thank you. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And you've got a Dodo trinket. Very cool. Give them now. Well, let's talk a little bit more about the Dodo. Of course, the whole reason we're talking about Dodos today is because this New biotech company Colossal is claiming that they are going to resurrect the dodo, and you can read about that there if you'd like to. We'll be going over this webpage later. But, yeah. Before we do that, let's get some more background info on these critters. Let's talk about dodos a bit more. I believe we've got an Attenborough video here. And given this is probably BBC copyrighted, I've got apologies to anybody watching this later on YouTube. This part's going to be muted, but this is just what we got to do in order to keep YouTube from throwing a hissy fit over copyright stuff. Despite the fact that we're watching this on YouTube. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Lenina, for that gift sub. Thank you, Lenina. I appreciate you. Thank you for your generosity there, Lenina, and your support. Look, we're at 7 out of 40 now. Very nice. Let's take a look. Oh, this is lovely. There we go. So, this is another example, like we have many, many times with dinosaurs, extinct dinosaurs in particular. The real things may have been a lot cooler looking and often cuter looking than depictions from popular culture. Pretty neat. Yep. Huh. It's one hypothesis for how it got its name. Yeah, you eat that fruit. Ah.
Here on Twitch.
Thank you, Mudman, for the 500 bits. Really appreciate that support. Thank you, Mudman. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gifts. 5. Excuse me, 100 bits there. Thank you, Mudman. Really appreciate that. We've got a hype train going here. We're on our way to a level 2. If we manage to get to a level 5 hype train, I'll play some ukulele songs about science.
Really spectacular.
Yeah.
Gargoware gifted a tier
And
1
thank you,
sub
Gargoware,
to
to
given
Dodo
100
Dinosaur
subs
Bird.
in the channel.
Is Dodo Dinosaur Bird here in the chat with us now, Gargoware? Thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate that, Gargo. Thank you. And holy moly, Dawson, yes! Thank you, Dawson, for those 5 gift subs there. Allowing 5 people to A, avoid the ads for the next 30 days, and B, they get to use those emotes too. Thank you, Dawson. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's excellent. Yeah. Hashtag feed the scientist. Thank you, Clever. That does literally put food on my table. Thank you, Dawson. Really appreciate that. Putting ramen, tortillas, dried bean. Well, they're not dried. The beans aren't dried when they go on my table, obviously. But they're dried in the cupboard. Anyway, I appreciate you, Dawson. Thank you very much. And you've got a #1 gifting badge there. Well deserved, Dawson. Thank you very much. We're now at 13 out of 40 gift subs for our sub goal for the day. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah. Beans and rice. There you go, Miss Yvette. Yes, indeed. Great protein travel. Absolutely. Packed with protein. Big fan of beans. Yeah. And the mustard, says Reno. I don't actually eat mustard all that often, although mustard bottles are a wonderful receptacle for glue in the field.
Why do birds forage more effectively in medium-sized flocks rather than large or small flocks?
Naderfiend, is that... Might be begging the question there, to try and use that term correctly. I'm not certain that birds do forage more effectively in medium-sized flocks than large or small flocks. I think it depends on the kind of bird, and the kind of habitat, what they're foraging for, and how plentiful their forage is. Yeah, I don't know, Naderfiend. I kind of wonder if that's true. Yeah. The musical fruit. Yeah, there you go, Mayor Space. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Classic moment here that Mayor Space has just reminded me of. I wonder if this is the origin of that rhyme there. And that's not actually true. Beans are a New World food. So ancient Israelites would not have eaten that. So why am I surprised that this teacher would get that wrong, though? Shoot, I know firsthand that's par for the course. But anyway, yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Megatronus.
$25 subscription.
Thank you, Megatronus. Wait, Megatronus, for those 3 gift subs. Thank you, Megatronus. Holy cow.
Majority of people who do research in paleontology consider
really appreciate that.
Detectives in a sense. That part of the joy of our field is being able to go out and put together clues that sometimes are extremely...
Victoria's gift
is extremely obscure. There you go. Who knows who that paleontologist was on screen right there? Does anybody know off the top of their head? Victorious, thank you for the 3 gift subs. Really appreciate that. Lenina, thank you for the 141 bits. Lenina says, that's all my bits. Aren't I lucky? Thank you so much, Lenina. Holy cow. 100% of the bits. Lenina, thank you.
Gargaware gifted a tier 1 sub.
Thank you, Gargaware.
They have given 15 gift subs.
Really appreciate that, Gargaware. Birds or dinosaurs?
There are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
You're supporting one of them. Nusperfish.
Are leading this expedition.
Thank you. Holy moly. Really, really appreciate that. Holy cow. That is pretty excellent. And I appreciate that more than you know, Nusperfish. Thank you, thank you. Look, we're at 26 out of 40 new subs for the day. Spectacular. Really, really appreciate that. Yeah. Holy cow. Let's go indeed, Trevor. Yeah. Holy moly. 5 more gift subs from Gargaware. Holy cow.
Gargaware is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Really appreciate that, Gargaware. Thank you, thank you. Holy moly. 33 out of 40 now. Level 4 complete. We're on our way to a level 5.
They have 82 gift subs in the channel.
Oh, that's a lot of gift subs. Thank you, thank you. Oh, and we very well might have ukulele today now.
The Treknade really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Ukulele they may have. Treknerd, thank you, thank you.
You should enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
I agree. Dawson, thank... Iconic song, thank you for the 3 months of support. And uh-oh, brace for impact. Oh. Dawson, thank you for those 5 gift subs there. That
just change things with those 5 gift subs.
Is excellent. And I appreciate it, Dawson. Thank you for those 5 gift... 40... Holy moly, we've done it! Sub goal reached, everybody. Holy cow. Incredible. Thank you, thank you. And we've got a raid coming too. Articulate Reptile, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Articulate Reptile. It is wonderful to have you here. By the way, Articulate Reptile, are you the same Articulate Reptile that I saw on the Bird website? Twitter, in particular? If so, it's wonderful to have you here. I saw one of your posts the other day that was really, really cool. I think it was a crocodile monitor? Mounted, like a skeleton mounted on a tree branch? Oh, it was so neat. Yeah. Anyway, it's great to have you here. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Hope it was really good. Yeah. Excellent. Well, we are in the midst of a hype train here. And, yeah, we have now possibly exceeded level 5. So I might owe everybody some ukulele songs. We'll see how far we can get with this, though. Thank you for all of your incredible support, everybody, for science outreach and education here on Twitch. That means a lot to me. It really does. We have, says Claiborne. Excellent. Anyway, Articulate Reptile, thank you for your raid there. That is pretty extraordinary. Yeah. Beautiful. And it does look like this is Articulate Reptile. I think I do follow you on Twitter. If that was your Twitter profile. That, holy cow. Yeah. Let's see.
Interested in your island. It's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a paleontologist.
Antos, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah. Excellent. Level 6, let's go, says Awkward Cyborg. Are we at level 6 or approaching a level 6? There we go. Why is this not popping up? Twitter search is broken. Is there anything on Twitter that works right now? Site is just a garbage fire.
They have given 83 gifts.
Oh boy. Twitter is like completely broken. Not coming up. Is there an underscore? Oh, there we go. This is what I was looking at. Outdone, but okay. So not a... Sorry. Apologies. I guess apologies to the Twitter platform. I was wrong about this. Mea culpa. Check out this incredible crocodile monitor skeleton done by the Articulate Reptile. Really extraordinary. Absolutely museum quality. Just gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Hell, holy cow. Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. And we've got a hype train there. Level 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Holy moly. Extraordinary. Really, really appreciate that. And we've exceeded our sub goal for the day. Right here. Take a look at that. 44 out of 40. Oh boy. Thank you so much for the support, everybody. That really means a lot. Yeah. We are, deep dive on the major 5 extinction events. Oh, Mommy does. We will talk about that a little bit, I guess. Yeah. Thank you. But before we do that, let's do some ukulele time real quick. For anybody who just waltzed in, we are talking about the dodo bird. Its biology, its extinction, and its proposed resurrection by a new biotech startup company. We'll be discussing that in just a minute or two here. We'll be getting back to that, I mean. But for the time being, for right now, since we just got to a level 6 hype train, holy cow. Yeah. Let's go ahead and change our streaming category to music real quick. And let's do some ukulele songs as a thank you to everybody who just contributed gift subs and bits and everything else to that incredible level 6 hype train. So yeah, music time indeed, Miss Yvette. And this will just take a few minutes. For anybody who does not like live music, hang tight and I'll be right back with some science content. Although right now we're going to play some songs about science real quick. So, yeah, I hope everybody enjoys. This first one, as tradition dictates, let's start off with the Dinosaur March, just as a little warm-up. This was my students' very favorite song the last year that I was teaching full-time. They really, really loved this one. I actually learned it. I learned part of it from the music teacher at my school, and then I wrote other parts myself. I tried to make it a little bit more paleontologically authentic. See if you can find the parts that I altered. See if you can pick those out. Dinosaur March goes like this. Many, many years ago, before the people came, the animals upon the earth, they did not look the same. They lived for 170 million years, but now they are no more. Except for birds, because as we now understand, birds themselves are living dinosaurs, so strictly speaking, dinosaurs never went extinct. Although some species of, well, like the dodo, Rhapis cuculatus, is a dinosaur and a bird, and it is now extinct, although if people like the new colossal company have anything to do with it, then it might not be extinct for long, but will it still be extinct? We're going to be talking about that later. They were the dinosaurs. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. There we go. So that's the first verse with some modifications. It's the only one that I learned from the music teacher. I figured it needed a second verse, so I wrote this one myself. We can learn about these awesome beasts by studying their bones. Skeletons under the ground that partly turn to stone. We dig them up and we clean them, and we raise them off the floor to build a dinosaur. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's the Dinosaur March. And Miss Yvette, we can play that one next. Let's do I'm a Paleontologist next. That one's always a favorite, and maybe after that we'll do Jolene. That's always a favorite. And we're going to be talking about funding and stuff like that. So I think Jolene will be an excellent song to end on. But let's do I'm a Paleontologist next.
I'm interested in your island. It's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a paleontologist.
Uzubux, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Yeah, I'm a paleontologist. Goes like this. I love digging in the dirt. With just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's jaws or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them are lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Could it be an herbivore, crushing plants with rounded teeth, or a ferocious carnivore who moved so quickly on its feet? It's like pieces of a puzzle that I'd love to try and solve. So much fun to think about how a species has evolved, and all the kids who wanna see them are lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. There you go. That's I'm a Paleontologist. And Dr. Ivo Lazzi, how are you doing? Can we get a shout out for Dr. Ivo Lazzi real quick, who himself is an evolutionary biologist and also streams here on Twitch. You should go check out his channel. And Dr. Ivo Lazzi, this next song goes out to you and to every other scientist out there who's ever, had to participate in this rat race that we call academia, who's had to compete against other scientists for paltry resources, competing for grants and, minimal funding. This song goes out to all of us who've ever been pitted against one another in a zero-sum game. The song is called Jolene, and it goes like this. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my grant. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take it even though you can. Your research is impressive stuff, but surely it is good enough for tenure. You don't need the funds, Jolene. Your papers are exemplary. Citations, you got so much more than me, and I cannot compete with you, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my grant. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take it just because you can. And I could easily understand how you could easily take my grant, but you don't know what it means to me, Jolene. And you could have your choice of dough, but I could never get funds on so short notice. It's my only hope, Jolene. Now I had to have this talk with you. My research goals depend on you and whatever you decide to do, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my grant. Thank you, everybody, for all of your support during this broadcast. Thank you for helping me feel much more like Jolene and much less like the singer of that song. Yeah, Jolene from the Anthropocene. There you go, Andy. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Very true lyrics, says Dr. Evo. Most of the scientists that I know are grievously overworked and underpaid. So yeah, that song hopefully kind of captures that. Anyway, let's change our category here. Back to La Ciencia y la Tecnología. There you go. Before I forget. Science and technology. And let's continue to talk about the Dodo. For anybody who just waltzed in, including you, Dr. Evo Lazzi, have you heard about this new thing? I feel like I should be doing a Jay Leno impression here, but I can't do a Jay Leno impression. You seen this? You heard about this? This biotech startup company called Colossal have announced that they are going to try and resurrect the Dodo. We're going to be talking about this a little bit. It's a bit of a misnomer, actually. Resurrect. Anyway, we'll be talking about this. But first, here, let's go back to the beginning of here. And, yeah, let's start this over just a little bit. We'll start it over just a little bit. We'll start over this video with David Attenborough talking about dodos. This is really nifty. Check it out. Yeah. There you go, Santa. Didn't really look like that, did it? Yeah. There you go. Afro Bennett Girl says that looks like the one from Ice Age. This one here looks like that one, doesn't it? Man, I was not a big fan of the depiction of these animals in the movie Ice Age, because it plays into a lot of stereotypes. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Anyway. Yeah.
An expert in dinosaur studies.
Do you, Afro Bennett Girl? Thank you for the 6 months of support. Really appreciate that, Afro Bandit Girl. The funny thing about this is that dodos survived the Ice Age. They've been around for a long time, and they managed to survive the Ice Age just fine. They didn't live on the mainland, though, so this is completely wrong. They evolved on the island of Mauritius, about 500 kilometers to the east of Madagascar. 500 kilometers or 500 miles? It might actually be 500 miles. I'm used to thinking in metric. But anyway, yeah. But yeah, anywho. Oh, boy. So this depiction of them is stupid and destined for extinction. Completely wrong. That is ironic, because the dodo actually managed to survive all 3 of these species here. Smilodon, Mammuthus primigenius, and whatever kind of sloth he's supposed to be. I don't actually know. Anyway, not a good depiction of these critters. Really, really not. But it plays into the idea of dodos in fiction being really stupid, witless, clumsy, just sitting around waiting to blink out of existence. Just waiting for their chance to go extinct. Which is not at all anything close to reality. You know? Yeah. Zevin says giant ground sloth. There's multiple species of ground sloths, Zevin. Multiple genera and species. I don't know which one in particular this guy is supposed to be. Not Megalonyx, not Paramylodon, not Megatherium. I don't know who he's supposed to be. But yeah. Anywho, let's get back to this here and continue our Attenborough video. Yeah. There you go. Here's a more authentic representation of a dodo. Yeah. Very cool. There you go, Claire. Dodo. Yeah. Possibly. What a cool call. Yeah. Probably a frugivore. May have also eaten crustaceans, gastropods, shelled animals. And Pfizer. I think Madagascar was still pretty far from the coast of Africa during the last ice age. Yeah. A crunchy old man sneeze. There you go, Trek Nerd. Oh no. Whoo! Dodo Brawl! That's raw. Anemone, how are you doing? Or Anemone? Is it Anemone? Or Anemone? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Either way, it is great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Anemone says, I just heard that scientists want to bring that bird back to life after extinction. They will use some DNA from Denmark. We're going to be talking about that in a little bit, yeah. We're trying to do some, yeah, just kind of cover some groundwork first. Trying to talk about dodos a little bit, so you understand them as animals and understand why they went extinct before we talk about the whole resurrection thing. So yeah, yeah. And, yeah, great to have you here, Anemone. Yeah. Let's continue. Ah. That is from the show Natural History Museum Alive with David Attenborough. Good stuff. Good stuff. And let's take a look at this video too, which was pretty decent. Yep. This is true. Sorry there's no subtitles for this one, but that's just how it goes. Anyway, let's get into the Dodo part in particular. Take a look. And apologies to anybody watching this on YouTube after I post the VOD there. You will not be able to hear this because I have this part muted so that YouTube's algorithm doesn't freak out and copyright strike it or anything, despite the fact that we're watching this on YouTube right now. I don't know how these things work. Anyway. Yeah. Uh-oh. Cue lurking Giganotosaurus. No, it's going to be a dodo, obviously. Half starved or half full? I like that, Tommy Plodicus. Tommy Plodicus looking on the bright side of life right there. Always look on the bright side of life. Oh, I would love to see this recut in a different way where the where the dodos eat this guy. That would be great. Oh boy. It's lurking. There you go. Yeah. Oh, he's down! Get him! Get him! Get him! Ah, that's your chance, birds. Oh, be nice. Ugh. Yeah. Oh, what a shame. Yep. Which apparently you can pick up off a postcard rack. Gimblake says, but he's no tourist, as he picks up postcards from a rack. Yeah. Oh, boy. Mm. Yep. Hmm. And they're not entirely complete. I mean, not from like a paleontological perspective. I mean, look at right there. This skull has been reconstructed, where this right here is probably cast from the other specimen, and the posterior of its skull also. So yeah, we can't truly call those complete. Also, this entire skull might actually be reconstructed. It's a very different color from this. Anyway, yeah. Hmm. Really? The keratinous sheath over the bill would be shed and regrown every year? Do modern pigeons do that? I don't know enough about birds. We've got people here in chat who know a lot more about birds than I do. Do modern birds shed and regrow the keratin on their beaks every year? Parakeets do, says Reno. Really? Puffins do, says Sibeliusaurus. Okay, interesting. They do, but it's more continuous, says Birds. That's what I thought, is that like little flecks would fleck off. Not like the whole thing removes. Budgerigars do that. Budgies do that, really? Really, LHA? Huh. It flecks off, says Lenny. See, that's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah. Dr. Terra says maybe they are going to do a custom habitat for the new Dodo. That's the plan, from what I understand, Dr. Terra. We'll be talking about that. And are conservationists making a custom human-built lake for axolotls? Interesting. That's pretty cool. You had budgies when you were younger? Nice, Ali J. Okay. Maybe, well, shoot. Maybe dodos would have actually done that when they were around. Let's see. Yeah. Interesting. And it is indeed a remarkable head. We're actually printing one right here. And it is continuing apace. Oh, man. It looks like the tip of the beak. This part. Let me go check on it. But I think... Ooh. I think this is working. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Can you see it now, chat? Yeah, that is coming along. Yeah. Okay. It's okay. Yeah. Anyway, we'll check in on that again in a little bit, but let's continue with this. Yeah, look at that tib fib right there. Ooh, boy. It does have these big old ischia coming off here. Holy cow, those are really big. That's kind of nuts that the ischium is this long. I guess it does support a lot of bulk right there, and this is kind of a counterbalance for the rest of the body, I suppose. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Ooh, there's the furcula right there, the wishbone, just like we see in many dinosaurs, theropod dinosaurs in particular, like Velociraptor, Tyrannosaurus, Ceratosaurus, etc. Yeah. That is true, Mommy Does. Thank you for the 9 months of support, Mommy Does. Thank you, thank you. Unfortunately, sometimes extinction isn't a naturally occurring thing. Sometimes it's induced by humans, like in the case of the dodo. Yeah. Hmm. Very cool. Yeah. Ebony tree. Ebony tree. Yeah. Yeah. Bottle palms. And ebony seeds. So that's what they're eating. They're frugivores. They're mostly eating fruits from those trees. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And Hojo Cat says ebony for violin fingerboards. Interesting, Hojo Cat. Is that the traditional wood used for violin? Violin fingerboards? Yes. Fingerboards. I wonder if that's true for guitars and stuff too. Anyway, when the Dutch figured out that they could use those ebony trees for making ships' masts and stuff like that, that was not good for our beloved dodo, because these trees started to be cut down en masse, and now those forests apparently are almost gone because of that. It may well have been habitat destruction, deforestation, and the introduction of species that would eat the dodo's eggs, like rats and pigs and monkeys, and eat the dodo's young like cats, that may have led to their extinction. With shocking immediacy. Holy cow. It's like within 60 to 80 years of being discovered by humans, they were already wiped out. But yeah. Ebony fretboards are popular, says Lenina. Okay, yeah. Yeah. And Murph says Mauritius, their home islands have only 2% native forest left, and most of that is in the mountains. And a 0% primary or old growth. Oh, boy. So that's the thing. If we hope to resurrect the dodo, we've got to make sure that there is more habitat than that for them to inhabit. But the thing is, resurrecting the dodo, or resurrecting some facsimile of the dodo, which is really what we're talking about here. We'll get to that. That could actually lead to the regrowth of these forests. These things are interlinked in a really interesting way. You know, those trees reproduce via seeds in their fruit. Who carries those seeds far to hither and yon? Animals do. Am I saying that right? Animals who eat those seeds, who eat the fruit, ingest the seeds, and then later poop them out. Critters like dodos would have helped those forests to expand in the first place. Everything works together like that. It's one big, beautiful system with these different parts interlocking. And surely one of the factors in the reduction of those forests, apart from, mechanical destruction of them by humans, is also their seeds no longer being spread by critters like dodos. So if you bring back dodos, or creatures that are functionally equivalent to dodos, you can help bring back the forests, too. That's a spoiler, but we'll be talking about this in a bit. Yeah. 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 Oh, there we go. Eating those seeds. Yep. By the way, gotta say, in this, I really love the, we've got a nice synthesis of, you know, physical effects here. We've got, like, a puppet Dodo, and then we've got CGI, too. Watch. See if you can tell the difference. Did anybody actually spot this right off the bat? So that's a puppet right there. Very nice. And look, it's even got mechanical eyelids. Watch it blink. Watch it blink. There you go. Very cool. Yeah. CGI in the background, and then the foreground. Whoop. Nice. Well done. Like Walking with Dinosaurs. There you go, Birds Are Dead On. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Ah. Like scientists. No, not actually. Yeah. Huh. And where would they get that extra calcium from? Does anybody have any ideas where dodos may have gotten that extra calcium from? From milk, says Oliver. I don't know about that. There were no cows. There were few mammals on the island. From bones, says Corporate Mold. From other birds' eggs. From rock. Sea creatures, says Mr. Snipe. Rocks, crunchy shells, says Golganek. Soylent Green, says Roses and Tea. Question marks, says Golganek. Question marks are very low in calcium, in my experience. Let's see what this researcher has to say. Ooh, escargot. Ah. So just like the French, dodos may have also dined upon snail shells. Or something. I don't know. I'm not a cuisine guy. You should follow Lordy if you want to learn more about cuisines, like French cuisines, for instance. I assume the French people enjoy the crunchy shells. Anyway, yeah. And was that a Hogna species wolf spider? Is Hogna the genus their birds are then on? Let's see. I'll try and give you that. There we go. Are these native to Mauritius? I hope they are. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Birds are then on. You tell me. You could iNaturalist this real quick if you're fast. And you don't like spiders, Afro Bandit girl? I'll be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of spiders myself. I always try and save them if I find them indoors. You know, as kind of an insurance policy. If and when the spider uprising occurs, I would like to ensure that I and my loved ones are spared. So I am always careful to spare spiders anytime they occur within my apartment or anywhere else I happen to be at the time. You know, as a general rule, I try not to kill spiders. I try very hard not to kill spiders. I hope that someday they'll return the favor. Oh yeah. Anyway, yeah. Preach, says Tommy Platicus. Yes. Yeah. I will beg the mercy of our future arachnid overlords. Oliver, I hope not. I sincerely hope not. Yeah. I know this is not, yeah. Some of you might be familiar with this already. But, anyway. This is kind of the tact that I take in this general area, you know?
Just about to get our first pictures from inside the spacecraft with average, not Homer Simpson. And we'd like to... Ah! Ladies and gentlemen, we've just lost the picture, but what we've seen speaks for itself. The Corvair spacecraft has apparently been taken over, conquered, if you will, by a master race of giant space ants. It's difficult to tell from this vantage point whether they will consume the captive Earthmen or merely enslave them. One thing is for certain, there is no stopping them. The ants will soon be here. And I, for one, welcome our new insect overlords. I'd like to remind them that as a trusted TV personality, I can be helpful in rounding up others to toil in their underground sugar caves.
Don't worry, kids. I'm sure your father's all right.
What are you basing that on, Mom?
Who wants ginger snaps?
Well, this reporter was possibly a little hasty earlier. Would like to reaffirm his allegiance to this country and its human president. May not be perfect, but it's still the best government we have. For now. Oh, yes. By the way, the spacecraft's still in extreme danger. May not make it back. Attempting risky re-entry. Blah, 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 blah. We'll see you after the movie. We're just about to get our first picture.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, anywho. Good stuff. Good stuff. Ninplayer says, I once had a tarantula in my shoe. Oh, no, Ninplayer. We were just talking about this the other day. Ninplayer says, I once had a tarantula in my shoe. Walked around with it while grocery shopping. I thought it was a loose sock, and when I got home, my sock was fine, but pieces of the tarantula came out. Oh, no. Ninplayer says, I now shake my shoes before putting them on. This is also something that I do when I'm in the field. When I'm out in the middle of nowhere, in the wilds of Utah or Montana, I usually leave my boots outside of my tent. You know, that's just what you do. I always make sure that I pick them up, turn them over, and kind of clap them together like that before I end up putting them on at the beginning of the day. It's just common sense. You never know who might be in there. So yeah. Yeah. And Hi Mars says, I had a pet scorpion. He was honestly pretty chill. Kind of moody. Scorpions aren't necessarily known for their good attitudes, I'm afraid, Hi Mars. So yeah, your experience checks out. Yeah. Anyway, scorpion checks, says Pipcat. Yes, indeed. Scorpions might crawl into your boots. Spiders, lizards, snakes, mountain lions, mastodons, toothed whales, baleen whales, ichthyosaurs. You never know who's in there. You gotta empty those boots out first. Centipedes, says Allie J. No, don't get ridiculous, Allie J. Centipedes. Yeah. Anyway. Or Troodon. There you go. You don't want Troodon in your boots either. Let's continue with our video here. Oh.
Suspecting world.
Holy moly.
From the dawn of time. What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Oh no! Look at those little cute ornithopod dinosaurs.
Brutzler and their 51 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
Brutzler, thank you so much for the raid and welcome to Paleontologizing. Brutzler, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel and welcome to any new folks coming along with you. So glad you could be here. Brutzler, first of all, how was your stream? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome to the discussion today. We are discussing one of the most iconic of extinct species, the dodo. We're talking about dodos. We're doing some kind of background. We're learning about background information about dodos, and then we'll talk about this new biotech company who claims that they're going to resurrect the dodo, bring them back to life. We'll be talking about that in just a little bit after we do our homework first. So stick around for that. It's going to be pretty interesting. But, yeah, holy cow. Brutzler, I really hope you had a good stream. And it's wonderful to have you here. If anybody's here for the first time, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, as you could probably guess. Look at my office here. I study dinosaurs. I dig up dinosaurs during the summers here in the western U.S. in places like Utah and Montana and Wyoming this next summer. And I publish on dinosaurs in the scientific literature. You know, it's what dinosaur paleontologists do. So yeah, if you've got questions about dinosaurs, particularly about dodos, who themselves are a kind of dinosaur, as birds. Did you know that birds are living dinosaurs? Most of you probably did. But yeah. And Brutzler says, nice, thanks. Make progress on our coop project. Coop or co-op project? Cooperative or chicken related? I'm going to say co-op project with Thesa CC, a subsign, a sign which will glow in a desired color if your favorite streamer goes on. Very cool, Brutzler. That's really, really neat. But it's open source. You could do with it whatever with your software knowledge. Is very cool, Brutzler. I'm doing some 3D printing of my own right now. I'm printing a Dodo head. Should be done by the end of stream today. Very excited about that. Yeah. And Beobacter Effect says, but is there Dodo DNA in the natural resin mosquito thingy? I do know that there has been Dodo DNA found somewhere in Europe in a museum collections. I don't remember which specimen it was, though. We'll be talking about that a little bit. And Creatrix Brit, this color is called, True Gold. It's another Hatchbox PLA filament. True Gold. I decided to go with this one because I don't use it all that often. And since this is not a fossil but like a fleshed out dodo head, I thought gold would be appropriate. But anyway, I really like True Gold. It's nice too. I don't know. I like just about every color that Hatchbox puts out. They do good stuff. So anyway, yeah. And True Gold, a color worthy of the noble dodo, says Un Gato Dormiendo. And I agree. How you doing, Gato? It's great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Can add that to the Spix macaw population. Oh, SB Harkin. They're extinct, right? Spix macaws? Thank you, Miss Yvette, for the hydrate. Appreciate you. Anyway, yeah. And actually, Creatrix Brit, let me, Oh, wrong button. Let me show you, I'll hold up the bronze color next to the gold here so you can see the difference. Let me go over to that camera, and I'll do that right now. There. This is actually going to be copper and not bronze. This is copper right here. I'll show you what it looks like on this camera next to the gold. Copper is my favorite one, by far. I think I have some of these up on the wish list right now. Because, shoot, I could always use more. I do a lot of printing. But yeah, let me show you on that camera so you can get kind of a comparison between them. There we go. Was that instructive? I hope so. I've been doing a lot of printing with that bronze filament lately. Here is my life-size iguanodon hand, which will look much more like an iguanodon hand once I attach the thumb spike to it, which will go on right here. Look at that thumb spike. Yeah. Now it's looking like an iguanodon. Yeah. The bronze is my favorite, because I really like earth tones, and it shows up really well on camera. But the gold is definitely nice, too. It's got a certain regal quality to it. Yeah. Anyhow, where is that going to go, says Miss Yvette? Where's what going to go? What do you mean? The iguanodon hand? I might put it up on the wall. It might go here? Underneath our Dilophosaurus skull right there? Might go right here. Or I might just start rotating these things out to keep everything nice and fresh. Who knows? Yeah. But anyway, yeah. And I'll see you later, Brutzler. You go get some good sleep. I really appreciate your raid, Brutzler. Thank you for your support. And Brutzler viewers, let's start talking about the Dodo and its potential resurrection, shall we?
For Dune.
Yeah. And yeah, Creatrix Brit has to rotate her stuff. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Beobacter effect.
Research on that, Oliver.
I never.
Poor John Oliver. And thank you, Van Guay. Oh, Van Guay and Beobacter effect. Thank you so much for your follows. Thanks for dropping in there. Really appreciate you. Yeah, let's continue this video here. Yeah. Extra calcium. Huh. Like the French eat. Snail shells. Excellent. Oop. Oop. Hum. Ah. And this year, I think was, what was this, like 2002 or something like that? Anyway. Astronomy show. Yeah, it is Thursday Birds Day today. Oh. Beobacter effect says around what time was the last Dodo living? Around maybe 1690 at the latest. More like the 1660s. Yeah. Between 1660 and 1690 CE. Common Era. Really? Wow. Which is lovely that we would have a stuffed specimen of this animal. I mean, how much could we learn from that? We could learn what its original colors were. We could learn its proportions, potentially, if it were well stuffed, if it were well cared for. This is what museums are supposed to be for, you know? But, let's see. And Matt Pie, I know, I was kidding. I know the French don't eat snail shells, Matt Pie. That was a joke. Yeah. See, this is what today museum curators, museum collections managers are not supposed to do, you know? There's a specimen of world historical importance, and it just gets thrown away because it wasn't properly cared for and had been eaten by moths mostly, you know? Really, really lousy. Oh, great. And from this tissue, yeah. And potentially even maybe resurrect it. Let's talk about that a little bit. Let's talk about that. At long last, we get to the story of Dodo resurrection here. Here's a quick little news clip about that. And SV Harkin says, yeah, my mom would have sold it at a yard sale. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Yeah. Anyway, take a gander at this. This is the whole reason we're discussing dodos today, is because they are in the news. Check this out.
I want to bring back an animal that's been extinct since the 17th century, the dodo bird. It's a complicated project using ancient DNA sequencing. The end result would be an altered version of the dodo bird. Scientists hope this project will open up new techniques for saving endangered bird species, but the way the movie went...
Right, exactly.
If
right.
you could
What?
do this with a dodo
Movie?
bird, my goodness.
Go quite well.
Didn't, not for those reptiles, that's for sure.
Watch breaking news on YouTube.
Yeah, how about not? What is it with mass media nowadays? Like, news like this is just garbage. Why do people watch this? It's made for babies. Like, oh, goodness. I guess this is why people my age don't watch news like that anymore. And why when you watch news on TV, like, 70% of the commercials are for pharmaceuticals for elderly people. It's like, I don't know if there's anybody nowadays who watches the news who's under the age of 70. Oh, boy. Anyway, Corporate Mold, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. You go tell Harry hello, will ya? Yeah. By the way, I should check and see if Harry has whispered me. Not yet. I gotta reach out to him. But, yeah. Anyway. The Bloomberg report was less awful. Let's see if we can take a look at that. Steve. Yeah. Oh. Let's take a look at this. Yeah. So this is that startup company called Colossal, who is planning on resurrecting the dodo. I, of course, am a little bit skeptical about this because as a scientist, how could I not be, obviously? And frankly, as a resident of the Bay Area, how can you not be skeptical of tech startups? Oh, boy. Oh, yeah, Theranos, Metaverse, Tesla self-driving. You know, it's not like those things spontaneously combust on the freeway or, you know, slam on the brakes automatically in the Caldecott or the Yerba Buena Island Tunnel and cause a massive pileup on Thanksgiving Day. No, don't worry about it. Silicon Valley definitely not synonymous with, you know, scams and frauds. Just look at FTX, you know? Oh, boy. Anyway, there's lots of reasons to be a little bit leery about this kind of thing. But, yeah. Yeah. Let's have a look at, this is from Bloomberg Technology. Yeah.
extraordinary. You got a lot of press around perhaps bringing back the woolly mammoth. Now it's the dodo. You're raising serious money, Ben. Talk to us how you do it.
Well, I mean, for us, you know, as the world's first de-extinction company, I feel like the world actually is starting to pay attention not just to climate change and the effects that man is having on the environment, but loss of biodiversity is now at the forefront of a lot of conversations. You know, with COP15 and some of the great work that came out of the World Economic Forum, 50% of all biodiversity could go extinct between now and 2050. And
'How does he say that with a smile on his face? I do not understand that. What? How can you say that without bawling your eyes out? I'm physically sick here. Did you catch what he said? Oh boy.
A lot of conversations, you know, with COP15 and some of the great work that came out of the World Economic Forum, 50% of all biodiversity could go extinct between now and 2050.
%50. I mean, I've heard this figure before too. I don't understand how he can say that with a smile on his face. Like, I don't know. Oh God, that breaks my heart.
And we need better tools. We need better technologies. And so we decided to build a company, George Church and I, to build a biosciences and synthetic biology company called Colossal Biosciences, which focuses on leveraging CRISPR and other gene editing tools and technologies and advanced reproductive technologies in order to bring back these kind of iconic keystone species like the woolly mammoth, the Tasmanian tiger, and then obviously what we're announcing today is our avian genomics group, focusing on the iconic dodo. And so our goal with this is to actually bring back these species, rewild them back into their natural habitat in partnerships with local governments and indigenous people groups and the broader public at large, and then leverage these tools and technologies both for human healthcare and then give all the technologies that we develop.
So all of this sounds really, really good. And I honestly, just like blanket statement right at the beginning, I wish these people all of the luck in the world. I hope that they get every lucky break possible here. I hope that all of these problems end up being far simpler and easier to tackle, that they're able to get the funding that they need and all of this stuff. Like, I really, really hope they're able to succeed in their goal and create, you know, like a functional facsimile of a dodo and a mammoth and a thylacine and everything else. I really, really hope that works. Do I think that that's actually going to happen? I'd love to be Pollyanna-ish about this, but oh boy. Oh boy. Are these some complicated problems? The deck is definitely stacked against them. So yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Leveraging partnerships leverage. Yeah, SV Harkin. Ooh. Yeah. Anyway. Gojira says entrepreneurs don't do non-profit science. They just con investors. I mean, it's kind of what entrepreneurs are supposed to do, right? Yeah. I really, really hope that I'm wrong about this. Holy cow. Well, I hope that my suspicions are unfounded. But, like... yeah, they might get lucky. They might. I really hope they do, SV Harkin. I really hope they do. Yeah, let's continue.
For conservation, away to the world so that conservationists have more tools in fighting against the loss of biodiversity.
It spawns so many other questions, and I'm sure many
Let's move those captions here.
questions about why and how you bring them back into the now world. But I'm interested in the money part, the 150 million. What is the reward to investors here? Is it more about the application for people?
It is. And you know, what's interesting is that in science and in the great universities there are worldwide, a lot of times you'll start working on an individual paper or problem, and you'll publish a paper, and that's a great point solution. And some of those point solutions become incredible companies and incredible innovations for healthcare and for humankind as a whole. But what's really interesting is when you start to look at some of these big biology and synthetic biology problems as systems, a lot more innovations can come in a lot of different areas. So with just
what is that?
For example,
Hang on. Wait, what? When we start to looking at scientific discoveries as systems, companies are, we got to rewind a little bit.
Is when you start to look at some of these big biology and synthetic biology problems as systems, a lot more innovations can come in a lot of different areas. So with just the mammoth, for example, we're working on computational biology, we're working on cellular engineering, we're working on stem cell reprogramming, and advanced gestational technologies. All of those could spur additional technology. So very similar to the moon landing which was an actual moonshot. A lot of great technologies were developed that could completely transform the world, including fundamental technologies that allow us to have this conversation today. And so earlier this year, we actually spun out our first technology company called Form Bio, which was a computational biology platform that we developed because what we needed just didn't exist in the market. And we ended up raising $30 million for that. And that's a huge win for our investors.
Hey, Ben, you talked about the money. A source told us your valuation's now at around 1.5 billion. We asked our audience, is this a good use of funds? Here's what our audience...
$1.5 billion that they've been able to secure so far from investors, I suppose. That's a tremendous amount of money. Again, a billion, for those of you following along at home, a billion is 1,000 millions. That's an unfathomable amount of money. And if that goes into actually, you know, creating a functional facsimile of a dodo and or a woolly mammoth, a thylacine, a woolly rhinoceros, all these other critters, then that would be spectacular. But is that actually going to happen? Time will tell. Time will tell. Yeah.
Around 1.5 billion. We asked our audience, is this a good use of funds? Here's what our audience thinks about that. Frankly, no. They think that, you know, research and funding can go into...
Oh, no, hang on here. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, no.
Thinks about that. Frankly, no. They think that, you know, research and funding can go into bigger problems.
Oh, boy. Research and... Should we be investing in bringing back the extinct dodo bird? Yes, great comeback story, 39%. No, got bigger problems, 61%. How about yes, got bigger problems? Like, these are not... Oh, boy. There is so much money in the world that is spent on absolute nonsense. Vaporware, just complete tiffle, just piffle... fairy tales, you know? Shoot, look at Facebook's metaverse. You know, it was never going to work, and it got so much money, and now it's crashing. Look at Tesla, for instance. On, you know, on an elevator to hell. People will throw good money after bad on all kinds of just completely bonkers nonsense stuff. The idea of, like, investing in conservation, I think, is really, really cool. I hope that they're able to take some of this money and actually invest it in, say, preserving habitat for dodos. Even if this project fails, there will still be, you know, wonderful, you know, biologically significant wild habitat there on the island of Mauritius. that is a worthy goal in and of itself. So yeah. Twitter, there you go, Miss Yvette. Yeah, holy cow, $40 billion for Twitter, of all things. It's not worth 1/10 of that. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, and yeah, again, very, very good point there. Zalok, guided question that is worth nothing. Yes, this is leading the witness. as a judge would say, you know? Yeah. Truckhorn says replace all U.S. military bases worldwide with dodos. At least the international ones. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Man, how many trillions of dollars are spent every year on the U.S. military budget? Oh boy. So anyway, lack of funds is not... No, we've got bigger problems in the world. So don't spend money on basic research. Like, that's not the issue here. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just continue.
I'm going to ask you the same question as Caroline. What is the business model here? Jurassic Park?
No, so I mean, for us, it's about developing technologies, right? If you start to look at these things as systems problems, you actually can develop a lot of really great technologies.
And I really wonder what they mean. Like, I'd love for this term to actually be defined. Systems problems. Because I've heard this. This sounds like a marketing term right here. Systems problems. It sounds like... it's like a marketing term. Systems problems. What do they mean by that? Define that term. Again, holy cow, I wish them all the luck in the world, and I really, really hope they can succeed in this, because to have a creature equivalent to a living dodo again on the island of Mauritius would be such a W. That would be such a win for us as human beings. To have these critters back again. We have done this, like, unfathomable crime to the natural world by driving these critters into extinction in the first place. If we could help atone for that in some way, you know, that would be a gigantic win. So I really, really hope they're able to succeed. But using, like, weird, like, I don't know, venture capital jargon like this is like, this kind of makes my skin crawl as a scientist. Like, I don't know. I really, really want to be excited about this, but it's tough, you know?
Technologies. In our first 6 months of business, we developed a technology, raised $30 million for it, and it's a major technology and bioinformatics platform.
And Captain Pug, Jazz LaFunk said, oh, hang on a second. Now where did I find that? Captain Pugwash says, but that is still part of evolution. It died out due to predation. Well, no, it died out due to human causes. We, as human beings, killed off the dodo. Like, nobody argues with that idea, you know? These are animals that had survived for literally millions of years. They survived through volcanic eruptions and climate change. They survived the ice ages. You know, they survived through all different kinds of, you know, changes to their environments over the years on that little island of Mauritius. And then people show up and then within 60 years, they're wiped out. You know? That's not death by natural causes. They got murked. That's a murder. You know? It's our responsibility. In my opinion. In my opinion, as a paleontologist, as an evolutionary biologist, it is our solemn duty to try and atone for that. You know? Laconic Bite says humans are part of the evolutionary game, though. I mean, but if you have that kind of mindset, what is that going to excuse, you know? All kinds of wanton cruelty. You're destroying your very humanity by taking that mindset. Like, that's like a Hitler-esque kind of mindset right there, you know? That excuses things like genocide. I personally do not subscribe to that idea. So you might want to reconsider that, you know? Like, that is a dark path to go down. They're like, oh yeah, you know, everything that human beings do. Yeah, you know what? We're not morally culpable for anything, you know? It's just, whatever happens, happens. Might is right. Like, no. No, I do not agree. That is... indefensible, I think. We can argue about that if you want, but holy cow. Do I have a visceral reaction against that kind of idea, you know? Anyway. Thank you, Nell, for the hydrate. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. And Captain Pugwash, not saying it's right, but it happens all the time in history. I mean, what do you think the rationale was for the Nazis? Might is right is not a morally defensible position. It's really, really not. You might want to reconsider that, you know? Anyway. And thank you, Mr. Meatballs. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, yeah. Thank you for those 100 bits, Mr. Meatballs. Let's, anyway, before we get too heated, let's continue here. Yeah.
Which could be really helpful for human healthcare. And so what I would say is there's nothing more pressing than climate change and loss of biodiversity, and we need more tools. So it's on companies like us to educate the public on what the value of these tools are, not just to human healthcare and to investor returns, but to conservation.
Ben, we just have 30 seconds. There are concerns from paleogeneticists about de-extinction, a science question. Can you address them?
I'm sorry, what kind of a question was that? That's incredibly vague. There are concerns about de-extinction. Can you address them? What are the concerns? That's a terrible question. Who is this guy?
About de-extinction, a science question. Can you address them?
What?
Yeah, I mean, we love negative feedback. I mean, for us, when you do...
Good on this guy for, you know, handling that with aplomb and not just... I would have squinted at the interviewer here and going, wait, sorry, what? What are you talking about? That's a terrible question.
Anything in the world, and you get all kinds of feedback. We love negative feedback. It's mainly if it's actually informed. So a lot of our earliest...
This guy's growing on me. He says, mainly if it's an informed piece of feedback, implying that wasn't, because man, was that a terrible question. What else do you expect from Bloomberg, I guess? But yeah.
Scientific advisors that were negative towards us, like Beth Shapiro, is now, you know, talking to the world today about Dodo. She was actually one of our biggest voices of opposition when we started. Same thing with Lou Vidal. And so we have a policy that we actually run towards critical feedback because we want to do things the most transparent in the best way possible. And so you can do that by really listening to feedback that you get from the general public.
That was a beautiful answer. And again, still skeptical of this idea, but that is precisely the kind of question...
Work of vertebrate paleontologists.
Oh, thank you, Josie Yu, for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. This is precisely the kind of, you know, answer that is calibrated to help soothe the concerns of people like me. So this guy knows what he's doing. He's very good at... That was a beautiful answer right there. Which, again, I'm of two minds about this. This guy's pretty slick. He knows what he's doing. Should we trust him? Time will tell. But yeah.
When we started, same thing with Lou Vidal. And so we have a policy that we actually run towards critical.
Good pitch, man. There you go, Gojira. Yeah.
Most
Yeah.
transparent in the best way possible.
He seems like a politician. Again, that's Creatrix Brit. Very slick. Yeah. Yeah. This guy himself is not a scientist. He's like a venture capitalist, a VC. Yeah. But yeah.
You can do that by really listening to feedback.
Gojira says, I used to coach sales, and he's selling. I used to be, believe it or not, Gojira, and this might be hard to believe, but I, for about 9 months, worked for a car dealership selling cars. I was also trained in sales, and I read a lot of books about sales. And when you know a thing or two about sales, you start to pick up on this stuff, and you start to realize when somebody's trying to sell you on something. So yeah, that's definitely a thing. So yeah, it's cool. He used to coach sales, so Gojira knows all the tricks. Yeah. Anyway, and prop books, says Tommy Platicus. I mean, yeah, this one is called Facts About the Woolly Mammoth. I think this is from the Natural History Museum of London. That's a Natural History Museum model there, at least. The Secrets of Dinosaurs. I mean, there are some interesting props he's got here. It's got this archaeology, not paleontology, but archaeology coffee table book here. Not the same one that I have, but yeah. Anyway, a lot of like mass market coffee table books and stuff like that around here. Arrested Development, that's interesting. Here. I don't know if you caught that right there. Is this the DVD set for Arrested Development? Interesting, yeah. But yeah, and a lot of plastic mammoths. I don't have any of these, but I bet you one of these is probably Safari Collection, one of them is probably Papo, one of them is probably Schleich, these different like companies that produce plastic models of extinct animals. Yeah. And Santa says, if somebody isn't selling something to you, they are selling you. Well, I mean, yeah, that's the classic social media thing, isn't it? Yeah. But, anyway, yeah, and the awards. I don't know what those awards are. I'm not going to read too much into this. I don't want to be too cynical here. Because, again, this is a really, really cool idea. The idea of resurrecting, or at least creating a functional facsimile of a dodo is a really, really neat idea, and I really want them to succeed on this. I also realized I just paused the video like 2 seconds before it was slated to end. So let's go back a little bit and... yeah.
Today about the dodo. She was actually one of our biggest voices of opposition when we started. Same thing with Lou Vidal. And so we have a policy that we actually run towards critical feedback because we want to do things the most transparent in the best way possible. And so you can do that by really listening to feedback that you get from the general public.
This guy knows what he's, very slick. An accomplished speaker there. Yeah. Yeah. Let's take a look at their... There we go. Their video, or their webpage again. Where was that? Here it is. This is the official webpage. I'll give you the link there in chat if you'd like to examine it for yourself. Yeah. Danny hardly ever trolls us. I troll you a lot now, but I try and make it obvious when I'm trolling you. I don't know. Let's continue with this. Meet the dodo. And I am predisposed to really be on their side about this. This is really cool. Let's be clear. The only actually stupid creatures in the story are us humans. Yeah. Anyway, they've got some pretty good information, and that's a pretty decent reconstruction of a dodo right there. I like this. This is good stuff. There's the island of Mauritius. East of Madagascar, fast facts. They did commissioned some lovely illustrations there. I hope the artists were well paid, because that's beautiful stuff. The island that time forgot. Path to extinction. Yeah. De-extinction of the dodo bird. Let's get into this a little bit. So the closest living relative of the dodo is this critter that we'll find on our tree of life here. The Nicobar pigeon. And I think this is because of genomic evidence that we've been able to figure this out. There we go. Let's zoom into them. They are Columbidae. Exactly. They are pigeons, Claire Brewer. Yes, indeed. Yeah. There we go. The Nicobar pigeon. They are near threatened. And where do they live now? On small islands and in coastal regions of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands of India. And right there, the tooth-billed pigeon and the true dodo right there. Extinct. That's why it's there in black. And the Rodriguez solitaire, the closest overall ancestor to the dodo, also extinct nowadays. But their closest living relative, whom they diverged from about, this is an approximation, but about 16.8 million years ago. The common ancestor of these three species here lived about 16.8 million years ago. So dodos have been separate for about 16 million years from those, and then from their closest relative for about 10.8 million years. So the dodo itself has been evolving on the island of Mauritius for almost 11 million years, it looks like. Which makes it pretty special, and it's going to be pretty distinct from any other critters, extinct or extant. So yeah, and doves and pigeons are indeed the same family. Pheasant pigeon, thick-billed ground pigeon. There you go. We've got doves and pigeons that diverged from each other about 28 million years ago. Actually, dove and pigeon, those might not be scientific terms, dove and pigeon. They might be kind of interchangeable. Santa. Good hearing there. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing Center, or rather, thank you for the follow. You've been here for a while now. So yeah. And how is it possible it's named Rodriguez? Because it's from the island of Rodriguez, Policy. U.E. Creed, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Appreciate you clicking that follow button. Yeah. And you've done more than a few talks on pigeons on your streams. Oh, very cool, Kleber. I did not know you were a pigeon devotee. Very cool, Claire. Very cool. Yeah, the Rodriguez solitaire is from the island of Rodriguez. There you go. East of Madagascar. There you go. It is located here on the map. There you go, off of Madagascar. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. It did not play Solitaire, though, the card game, either. Anyway. But yeah. Yeah. And UE Creed, hello to you, too. Thank you for being here. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. So, pigeon is most closely related to the the dodo is most closely related to the Nicobar pigeon among living birds. And how do we know this? Well, we've actually got DNA from dodos. While the evolutionary history of the dodo is very poorly understood, we do have DNA from them. Morphological studies, so looking at their bones, have linked them to columbiformes, pigeons and doves, but their exact position is unresolved, and they have been placed in many positions within cosmopolitan Columbidae, or within their own family, Rhaphidae, outside Columbidae, but within columbiformes. Anyway, very short paper here. I'm sure the sup info is very long for this. Beth Shapiro is actually, that's Beth Shapiro, not the chipmunk voiced guy from the right-wing Facebook show or whatever. Beth Shapiro, a very well-respected researcher in her right. Yeah, she is lead author on this paper, along with these co-authors here. But yeah, so by examining DNA that was able to be extracted from, I think, that same dodo head and foot that we saw in the video from Oxford University, we now realize that it is the closest relative of the Rodriguez solitaire, Pezophaps solidaria. Solitaria, rather. And then the Nicobar pigeon is the closest relative after that. So it's kind of nested there within Columbidae. So this is a member of the pigeon and dove family, which is really cool. Yeah. What do they eat? They seem to have eaten fruit and maybe crabs and snails too, astronomy show. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Rex, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, how are you doing? It sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. We are talking about de-extinction. Yeah. You're definitely in the right place. There's my full-size, complete Tyrannosaurus skeleton there. Full size for a juvenile. I was on the crew that dug up the world's smallest and youngest baby T-Rex back in 2013 and 2014. Oh yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it's great to have you here. Anyway, yeah. Scientists recreating a dinosaur with a chicken embryo last November. No, that was definitely, that's Dana Rashid and Jack Horner there. I was involved with that project too, Rex and Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we talk about that all the time here on this channel. It's great to have you here. I'm so glad you could join us. But, yeah. Anywho, we now actually have DNA, and we might even have something close to a partial genome for the dodo nowadays. And so there's the Nicobar pigeon there, like we were talking about earlier, the closest living relative of the dodo. And so here on the project page for Colossal, on their website, it says, it is important to have near error-free reference genomes that can be used to address some of the fundamental questions in biology and speciation. We will create high-quality avian genomes, which can be used for multi-genome alignments, comparative analyses, and phenotype predictions that will guide our genome editing. First off, they're going to have to sequence the genome of the Nicobar pigeon if that's not been done yet. Genotype to phenotype predictions are at the heart of genome editing back the hands of time. This is copy written by somebody who was like somebody ESL, somebody for whom English is not their first language. Predictions will be informed by comparative analyses, computational biology, machine learning, and empirical methods. Machine learning. Oof, it's a red flag. Ultimately, new insights will improve our understanding of how mutations affect adaptation and speciation, informing the de-extinction of our next avian species. Anyway, the thing about trying to use modern dodo relatives for kind of de-extincting the dodo is that this sort of thing has never been done before. Not just de-extincting an extinct bird, but also trying to, like, clone a bird. That's never been done before. We'll talk about why. Nobody's ever been able to successfully clone a bird. And I wonder if anybody here in chat might have any ideas as to why that's the case. Why have we never been able to clone a bird before? And ZW says give them no. That might be part of it. It's harder to do than mammals, but why, Mr. Meatballs? You're totally right. Why is it harder to do than with mammals? Yeah. Anybody know? Placenta? Something to do with the fact that they are in eggs, Ice Allen? Ooh. Might be part of it. Yeah, something to do with eggs, says Miss Yvette. You used to know this, Bette Midler. You're going to learn it again. You're in the right place. Because of how they reproduce? That's true, Mr. Meatballs. Yes, yes. What is It's Complicated, says Jazz LaFunks. Well, here's a link here that I'll share with you. And Lita talked about this a few months ago. Very cool, Lenina. It's really neat. The surprising reason scientists haven't been able to clone a bird yet. The answer is their eggs. So if you guessed something to do with their eggs, you're mostly correct. Thanks to their eggs, avians, birds, living dinosaurs, are tremendously difficult to clone. But new technologies may provide a workaround for saving at-risk species. Yeah, like that prairie chicken. There we go. Yeah. Cloning likely isn't possible in birds. This is Ben Novak, a lead scientist with Revive and Restore. This is a different company, different from Colossal, that has talked about resurrecting or creating a workable facsimile of the heath hen. So to understand why, it's important to understand how cloning works. There is more than one way to get a clone, for instance, identical twins. Identical twins are indeed clones, because that is an embryo, a fertilized embryo that has split. So identical twins, you could also call them clones if you wanted to. Do we have any identical twins here in chat? Presumably not both. But anybody here in chat an identical twin or a fraternal twin? Yeah. The technique made famous by Dolly the sheep and used to create Elizabeth Ann. Who's Elizabeth Ann? It's called somatic cell nuclear transfer. And we could read the rest of this article and talk about that, but let me show you a quick video instead that kind of deals with that. How does cloning work for critters like Dolly the sheep? And actually, for any of you who are unfamiliar with Dolly the sheep, let's take a look at this video first real quick. Yeah. Some double yolkers from your chickens before? Interesting, Chickens Pickens. I don't know if that's the same kind of thing as here. We'll talk about that. But yeah, here. I don't know. She is pretty scary. She might represent a monster from a science fiction. Mammals like this, I mean, shoot, mammals. You can't trust them, you know? Although, who am I kidding? Some of my best friends are mammals. This is from 1997. Yep. Pretty cool. And now let's take a look back at that. This is from Al Jazeera. Some of the same footage. Let's turn our volume up so you can actually hear it. I think that might be helpful. Apologies to anybody watching this on YouTube right now. I have to route this through a different audio tube, let's say, so YouTube doesn't freak out and copyright flag it. Even though we're watching this on YouTube right now, but whatever. Yeah, she was. I remember this. And actually, no, I don't remember this. Sorry. Gotta remember here. As a Twitch streamer, like all Twitch streamers, I am, of course, 21 and single. Have to be perennially available as a Twitch streamer. So yeah. Anyway, I don't remember this at all. 1997. That's 30 years before I was born. Holy cow. Anyway, yeah. I don't remember that at all. Very menacing. Look at that face. She looks ready to just tear your gizzard out. Holy moly. Yeah. Your grandfather told me? My grandfather's great-great-grandfather told me about Dolly the sheep. Yes, indeed. Yeah. This is why I'm showing you this video in the first place. Thank you, Wookie Gaming. Wookie Gaming, I'm so glad you asked, because that's exactly what we're talking about. Thank you for the 100 bits. Really appreciate that. Did you hear Colossal, this company, has also claimed that they're going to bring back the Dodo? That's what we're focusing on for today. But we might talk about mammoths a little bit too. But, yeah, anyway, Wookie Gaming, you're in the right place today. As you always are when you're here on this channel. Welcome back, Wookie Gaming, and thank you for those 100 bits. Yeah. So a cell from the udder, as we just learned in the other video, a cell from the udder, like they said in the udder video, and the DNA, I think a nucleus is taken out of that body cell from the udder sheep. So yeah, from sheep B, you take an egg cell, you take out the nucleus, and then you put in a new nucleus with new DNA. And then what do you do after that? You put it into sheep C. This is where it goes awry for birds, but yeah. So did you catch that? Maybe we'll watch this one more time. Maybe I'll go back just a little bit. But Dolly is a clone of sheep A because it has her DNA. Does that make sense? Here we go. Yeah. Very menacing. From her udder. Yep. Okay. Okay, you got that straight? Get it right, get it tight. Get it right, get it tight. Good. Don't fumble the words there. Get it right, get it trite? This is not a trite subject. Anyway. Yeah, and there you go, Ice Ellen. Good. I'm glad we're on the same page. Yeah. Ah. Get it right, get it tripe. Oh no, possum blood. That's a solid pun. When we're dealing with sheep. Oh no. Dolly, Molly, Polly, and Wally. Zevin. Wally, obviously. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Ah. Mm. Thank you for that applause. Good night, beautiful, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, Dolly, unfortunately, like all sheep, bleated off this mortal coil a few years after 1997. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. So anyway, now hopefully you understand a little bit about how cloning works in mammals. But if we're ever going to bring back the dodo bird, it's going to require some different methods, because these particular methods don't work for birds. Let's talk about why. So yeah, first the researchers take the egg cell, if we're doing it in mammals, and they place it under a microscope. They zero in on its nucleus. The nucleus is the part of the cell that has the DNA in it. Yeah. They carefully suck the nucleus out, leaving the cell empty of its genetic code. This means the egg is now a blank slate ready to be filled with a new set of instructions. And then they stick in a nucleus from somebody else, the subject they want to clone. In this case, you know, Dolly was a clone of her, like, mother sheep. So the mother sheep's DNA was put into that blank slate cell. Yeah. Once the new cell and its instructions, the new nucleus, are inside the egg, researchers encourage the two to fuse with a jolt of electricity. I guess Mary Shelley got it right there. You know? Electricity can actually, in some sense, create life like this. In a certain manner of speaking, anyway. I don't know. We're grievously oversimplifying. If everything has gone right, this tricks the egg cell into thinking it has been fertilized and will start to divide and multiply, forming an embryo. Everything is hunky-dory. You can put the embryo into a new surrogate mother, another mammal, presumably of the same species, and then it grows up and everything is beautiful. But in practice, only a fraction of these nuclear transfers result in viable embryos, so it only works a fraction of the time. But even so, a lot of mammals, even wild species like deer, gray wolves, and macaques are monkeys, have been cloned in this way since Dolly the sheep was proved it was possible back in 1996. But there has never been a single cloned bird. Why? And, no, it's not because the Illuminati has helps. It's because of basic dinosaur biology here. There's a few reasons why birds have been impossible to clone so far. The biggest hurdle? It's what you had for breakfast, says Tom Jensen. Really? It's a whey protein shake and half of a bagel that I took out of the freezer because I didn't want it to go bad months ago? That's why? No. The egg yolk. And it's not oatmeal possum blood. Egg yolk is the reason why it's been as yet impossible to clone birds. That nucleus swapping trick is easy enough to do with mammal egg cells, which range from about 1 to 3 human hairs width and diameter. They're very small. These little eggs are the perfect size to slide under a microscope, where scientists can get down to the microscopic level and locate the tiny DNA-containing nucleus. But in birds, however, it's more complicated. The egg cell, what we call the yolk, is a lot bigger than that. And the nucleus holding all of the bird's DNA is a minuscule white dot in the middle of that yolk, which the embryo will eventually grow out of. So it's much, 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 much trickier in a bird, because you've got this enormous yolk, and then in the very center of that, you've got this tiny white cluster of cells in there that actually have what will develop into the embryo in it, with the genetic material. So I guess it's like finding a needle in a haystack. And you'd have to, like, puncture the yolk in order to do that. I don't know if that would really work. So, yeah. And Friendly Neighborhood Mexican, I'm so glad you think so. Friendly says, the way cloning is explained here is way cooler than anything shown through media. I hope so. Here's actually a quick tip. Quick scientist tip here. Let you in on a little secret. You ready? Come a little closer. You ready?
With sincere appreciation and gratitude, thank you very much for the 100 bits.
Thank you, Nell.
Get started doing science then.
I'm
XD.
trying to explain some science. Thank you, Nell, for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Now, yeah. All right. You want to know a little secret here about science from a scientist? Okay, I'll tell you. Most of the time, real science is actually a zillion times more interesting and exciting than what you hear about through the media. When you actually understand this stuff, it is infinitely more fascinating than like anything that you see in popular media, and whether it's in movies or video games or television or whatever. We as human beings might be remarkably creative critters, but we are not nearly as creative as the natural world. Reality is usually far more interesting than fiction, especially when it comes to biology, you know? That's why dinosaurs are a zillion times more interesting than, I don't know, centaurs or griffins or whatever, like, fictional things that people can make up. It's because the real world that also gave rise to our brains, you know? If you want to extend this metaphor. It's really, really cool. That's what science is all about. Unlocking the mysteries of the universe, figuring out how things actually work. The reality of it is 99 out of 100 times is far more interesting than anything that anybody could ever make up, you know? So yeah. It's like magic but real. There you go, Mommy Does. I like that a lot. It's a good definition of science, I suppose. Good way to describe it. Yeah. But yeah. And Zellux's mythological creatures are interesting insofar as that it gives some insight into the humans that imagine them. Sure. Into their imagination, and through that, into the actual creatures that inspired them to come up with these critters. Yeah, agreed. Anyway, back to bird cloning and its difficulty here. Yeah. So the yolk in a bird egg is basically a bird embryo's packed lunch from mom. I like that analogy there. That simile there. Yeah, it is basically a packed lunch from mom, providing it with all the nutrients it needs to eventually grow into a baby bird ready to hatch. This arrangement is a very efficient one, but it also presents two major issues for scientists trying to clone a bird. First, the yolk size prevents it from fitting under a microscope to conduct the necessary work. That's kind of a conundrum there. Having a big enough microscope to look at something very small. And second, even if scientists could inspect the yolk on a microscopic level, finding the tiny nucleus floating somewhere in the yolk is extremely challenging. Novak has described the process as akin to looking for a white marble in a pool of milk. Ferret picture unrelated. But another issue is with the eggs is that the yolk leaves the ovary. It is always on the move. During the typical cloning process with a mammal, researchers can just stick the embryo into a surrogate mother's uterus and let it grow. It's fairly stationary. It's just there in the womb, and it, you know, there it is. Not so with birds. With birds, that egg does not stay still while it's incubating, like while it's developing in the mother. Birds don't have an incubation chamber like that. After the yolk forms, it's dropped into something called the oviduct, where it tumbles down an assembly line that coats the egg with the...
No sign of disgrace or failure.
Oh, thank you, George.
Full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe. All species eventually become extinct.
Huzzah.
It's true, George. Thank you for the 7 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Anyway, that egg is going on a wild ride while it's forming, moving through the oviduct and everything. It doesn't stay put like a mammal embryo inside of a uterus. It's moving. And thank you, George, for those 5 gift subs. Thank you, George. Really appreciate that very, very much. Look, 49 out of 40 subs for the day. Thank you, George. Thanks to you, 5 more chatters will not have to watch ads for the next 30 days. And they can use those emotes, too. Thank you, George. Really appreciate that. Yeah. Ooh, good song. Here, I gotta check on the 3D print real quick. There's our Dodo head! Holy cow, it's almost done. Yeah. Very nice. We are resurrecting our very own Dodo here on this broadcast today. And, there it is. Holy moly. Very excited about this. But yeah. Anyway, this is going to be a far cry easier than actually bringing back living dodos. But I'm glad you like the color, Travel. Yeah, I like that gold. It's good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue here. Yeah. There's no uterus equivalent in which to stick a bird clone embryo. It's much, much more difficult to clone a bird. So trying to resurrect, say, a dodo in the same way that you might do a thylacine or a mammoth or something like that, it presents an entirely different set of challenges. Nobody's been able to clone a bird so far, unlike with mammals. Yeah. It's technically much easier in a mammal than it would be in a bird, Jensen says, so I don't think it'll ever be anything we can use for bird conservation. Well, the folks at Colossal are betting on that not being the case here. Oh, yeah. Where is the part where they discuss this? Hang on, because they do have a potential workaround here. And, but yeah, where did that go? That... I believe it is... here, is it not? We'll take a look at this. Oh, and shoot, I'm gonna have to... Let me try this real quick. It's a good song. There we go. A de-extinction company wants to bring back the dodo. Known for its plans to resurrect the mammoth and Tasmanian tiger, also known as the thylacine, Colossal has announced it will also bring back the dodo. This is from a few days ago, January 31st. Still news. From Scientific American, Colossal Biosciences, the headline-grabbing venture capital-funded juggernaut of de-extinction science. Can you really call them a juggernaut if they've not actually de-extincted anything yet? I wonder about that. Sure, they're big and they've got a lot of money, but doesn't a juggernaut, doesn't that imply some kind of inexorable forward motion, unstoppableness? Anyway, they announced plans on January 31st to bring back the dodo. Whether bringing back a semblance of the extinct flightless bird is feasible is a matter of debate. And here, right off the bat, I want to tell you that they don't plan on, like, bringing back an exact copy of the dodo. Something with a unique, like an identical genome to the extinct dodo from the island of Mauritius. That's not what they plan on doing, apparently. We'll talk about what they do plan on doing. Yeah. Founded in 2021 by tech entrepreneur Ben Lamb and Harvard University geneticist George Church, the company said it would recreate the mammoth, and a year later it announced such efforts for the thylacine, aka the Tasmanian tiger. And these are both really noble goals, and I really hope they're able to do that. It's just, as a scientist, I gotta be a little bit skeptical, you know? With the launch of the new Avian Genomics Group, and a reported $150 million, holy cow, of additional investment, the long-gone dodo joins the lineup. In the world of extinct animals, the dodo carries some heavy symbolic weight. Native to Mauritius in the Indian Ocean, it went extinct in the mid to late 17th century after humans arrived on the island. The ungainly bird, which stood about 1 meter tall and weighed about 15 to 20 kilos, represents a particular kind of evolutionary misfortune. It should have been afraid of humans, but it wasn't, and that may or may not be true. The bird blithely walked up to sailors, or so the received history goes, and didn't flinch as their peers were killed around them. I also really wonder about that. The dodos, which reproduced by laying a single egg on the ground, were also predated by other species, such as monkeys and rats and pigs, another huge one. Gah, which humans brought with them. Now the creature represents extinction itself. You can't get deader than a dodo. And actually you can. You could be a trilobite. You could be an ammonite. You could be whatever. Those are deader than dodos, right? At least in terms of time. Yeah. And thank you, Siphon Pylon, for the hydrate. Yeah. Drank some water there. Siphon, thank you. So this announcement is really just the start of the project, says Beth Shapiro, lead paleogeneticist and a scientific advisory board member at Colossal Biosciences. Now, Beth Shapiro, again, that is Beth Shapiro, not somebody by a similar name. She's a geneticist, paleogeneticist, not the other person with a similar sounding name who sounds like a cartoon squirrel on that reactionary Facebook video, whatever. Anyway, we saw her earlier when we were talking about that paper there. Where did that go? There's the paper. Again, she was lead author on hang on. There we go. It's right here. This short paper in the journal Nature, I believe. Actually, like, sequencing the genome of the dodo. She's one of the lead researchers in learning about this extinct animal. And she's worthy of tremendous respect in that regard, I presume. And so her presence on this project here is definitely something to note, and definitely gives them a lot of credibility here. So yeah. She's got a Wikipedia page? Cool. Good for her. Yeah. And Scout says, it concerns me that when they bring back extinct animals, they might not have the genetic memory or skills to survive to be a thylacine or a dodo. I mean, they won't. You're right, Scout. That's something that they would have to work out. Because this is not even going to be an exact genetic copy of extinct dodos. This is going to be like a reworking of some modern close relatives. It's going to have a lot of the same genome, but there's going to be other parts that they're going to have to fudge in order to create something that looks and works similar to dodos of the actual historical past. You know? We're going to have like a close replica of a dodo, if they succeed. We're never going to have anything that's identical to the real thing, and it's definitely not going to have, you know, those survival skills passed down from their parents. It's not going to have the same gut biome. It's not going to have the same instinctual behaviors. There's going to be a lot of things different about it. So there's going to be a lot of kinks to work out, you know? Yeah. Human eater dodos. Yeah, let's hope they don't eat people, but it'd be an interesting turn of the tables there, you know? Yeah. Paging Dr. Lysenko. There you go, George. No, not genetic memory. Just talking about, like, behaviors that are passed down generation to generation, you know? What some researchers would call culture, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah. There you go, Nell. Yeah. And, Siphon says we're gonna lose all their behaviors. They could have been speaking fluent German while we weren't looking, and we'd never know. Yeah. You know, I can't argue with that, I suppose. And Travel, I will see you next time. You enjoy your dinner. See you tomorrow, Travel. Thanks for being here, and thank you for your support. Yeah. And you're all for man-eating giant dodos of doom, Freya's Fury? Well... Oh, this is almost done here. Look. We might be witnessing the last couple of layers here on our dodo. Holy moly. It's going to be done in just a minute. Let's see how much time is left on the clock. It says 3 minutes. It says 3 minutes. Ooh. Yeah. So yeah, while I'm catching up to chat, we'll leave it on this scene. But yeah. You hope people who speak German are called saxophones? Necromancy? Well, you know, Necromancy, it's an old saying, be the change you wish to see in the world. So, you know, you could make that a reality. Yeah. And Siphon says, I, for one, accept our new man-eating giant dodo overlords. Yeah. Very nice. Ooh, it's gonna be done very soon. Yeah. You want smart, fast, dangerous dodos so they'll be good opponents? You plan on fighting them, George? Are you also 3 feet tall? This is a more or less life-size dodo head that I'm printing right here. Maybe a little bit on the small side, so it would fit on the 3D printer bed. But, yeah. And, hunting, Dr. A. You better give them a gun, too, you know, just to make it a fair fight there, George from New York. Truly the most dangerous game. The dodo. Oh, boy. Yeah. And, but yeah, and Trappy makes a really good point there, and other scientists have definitely made this point too, Trappy. Dodos were giant pigeons on islands long since conquered. Yeah, but elephants, lions, gorillas, and other megafauna are on the brink but still savable. Yes. I would like to push back against the idea that this is an either-or kind of a proposition. But yeah, that's a very valid concern there, Trappy, and you're not the only person to express it, definitely. Yeah. Anyway, or Sats. There you go, Necromancy. Cave lions. Yeah, George, if only. If only. We talked about the American cheetah just the other day. It's a lot of fun. Anyway, we're witnessing the completion of our dodo right here. Should be just a few more seconds. Last couple of layers here. Yeah. Look at that. Smaller and smaller and smaller loops as it gets to the very, very top. Yeah. Very nice. Wow. I will go pluck this off the print bed in just a minute here. I'm going to let it cool down just a bit so we don't end up with warping at the bottom. Sometimes if you pull it off the print bed too fast, then the flat surface on the bottom can get a little bit warped. But, yeah. Very nice. Excited about this. Yeah. Anyway, back to here. So Beth Shapiro, who's done a lot of work on the genomics of dodos, lead paleogeneticist and scientific advisory board member at Colossal. Shapiro, also professor of ecology and evolutionary biology at the University of California, Santa Cruz, south of where I live, has studied the dodo since the science of paleogenetics was in its infancy. In 2002, she published research in Science. We just looked at that. Yeah. Describing how her team had extracted a tiny piece of the bird's mitochondrial DNA. The DNA inside the little organelles called mitochondria that get passed down from mother to offspring. That snippet of mitochondrial DNA showed the dodo's closest living relative was the Nicobar pigeon, which we were talking about earlier. Then in 2022, Shapiro announced that her team at UC Santa Cruz had reconstructed the dodo's entire genome. I did not know that. We've got the full code for dodos nowadays. A full Monty right there. Was not aware of this. Interesting. Through the journey from mitochondrial DNA to genome took decades. The path from genome to a living, breathing animal is even more formidable. Like, infinitely more difficult. Involving an enormous interacting set of extraordinarily complex problems. Technically, a species could be resurrected by cloning DNA from a remnant cell. But in reality, this has been impossible to achieve, mostly because viable DNA cannot be found. Most de-extinction programs aim to recreate a proxy of an extinct animal by genetic engineering. That is what Colossal is planning with their woolly mammoth project. They basically want to take modern Asian elephants and kind of mammothify them through genetic engineering. Have them develop things like smaller ears, longer hair, like a trunk that's better adapted for cold temperatures, stuff like that. They're not planning on actually, like, bringing back, a la Jurassic Park, extinct woolly mammoths. The idea is to modify Asian elephant embryos. Modify modern Asian elephants into something resembling superficially a mammoth. And it'll be part mammoth, I guess, in the sense that the woolly mammoth and the Asian elephant are each other's closest relatives. The Asian elephant is actually closer to the woolly mammoth than the Asian elephant is to an African elephant. They're sister taxa. They're right there together. Woolly mammoths and Asian elephants. So if you could take an Asian elephant, modify its genome a bit, try and engineer those traits that the extinct woolly mammoth had, you can basically create something that's very close to a woolly mammoth. That's the idea there. It's also the idea for the thylacine, as I understand it. And that's the idea for the dodo. So we'll never have that original extinct animal back. we'll have something that is a close facsimile of it. A very, you know, very accurate replica, I suppose. Even if not all of the original nuts and bolts are in there. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. And Ali J says, because what could go wrong? I mean, yeah, that's the thing when you're dealing with Asian elephants. These are, that's a group that's already endangered. And they take a tremendously long time to gestate. Something like a dodo, on the other hand, is, I think, much more feasible. If they're able to get past the cloning hurdles, basically. If they can do that, this is much, much, much more possible, I think. So we'll see what the bigger hurdle is. The fact that Asian elephants are endangered and they have a super long gestational period. It takes like, was it like 18 months for an Asian elephant embryo to develop? 18 months. You know, chat, that's almost a whole year. It's a long time. It's a long time. A dodo, on the other hand, they're planning on growing these in chickens, as I understand it. So let's continue. Yeah. And 22 months, 27 months is origin. At any rate, it's almost a whole year. It's a long time. That's the point. But yeah. Let's see. Scroll down. We talked about... There we go. We talked about Dolly the sheep. One of the biggest challenges in the reconstruction of the dodo is a problem for all avian genomics. This is exactly what we were just talking about. Yes. With mammals, the process is like that used in the creation of Dolly the sheep, whom we just saw a few minutes ago. The world's first animal to be successfully cloned from adult cells. But, Shapiro says, we can't clone boids. Birds are tricky like that. Cloning requires access to an egg cell that is ready for fertilization, but not yet fertilized. There is no access to a bird egg cell at the same developmental time as there is for a mammal, she explains. Colossal Biosciences instead is going to try and do something else. They're exploring a process to extract avian primordial germ cells, which I have never heard this term before today. PGCs, primordial germ cells? This sounds like some kind of crazy Lamarckian stuff, but I guess it's legit. PGCs from bird eggs. If the process works, PGCs from pigeons would be manipulated to eventually develop into a dodo-like bird. Ultimately, Shapiro says, the final version of a dodo will emerge from a pigeon that has been engineered to be the size of a dodo. So the size of the eggs will be consistent. Okay. Where do chickens come in, though? Yeah. Although the first stage of genome editing is harder with birds, not just harder, as yet impossible with birds, the next stage should be easier. With mammals, scientists don't yet know how the modified embryo of an extinct species will interact with the intrauterine environment of the host species. That stage will be simpler in birds, Shapiro explains, because everything happens in an egg. Sure, but that first hurdle is really tricky. Yeah. But this is, as some people in chat pointed out, some more issues here. Even once a recreated animal is born, and that's a big if there, you know, more questions arise. Most animals have a mixture of instinctive behavior, which arises from their genetic programming, and social behavior, which is learned from their parents. And in the case of social animals, from their pack or group. Dodos probably were social animals, as many, many birds are. I think most columbiform birds, most doves and pigeons and their relatives are social. There's no way to recreate the unique natural history that shaped the social behavior of the dodo or other extinct animals, or even in many cases to know what it was. Mikael Sinding, a postdoctoral researcher in paleogenomics at the University of Copenhagen, says there is nobody around to teach the dodo how to be a dodo. In this sense, The word de-extinction is a misnomer. It is not possible to bring back the dodo, even if it becomes possible to build a bird with a dodo genome. And even that might never be possible, at least not in the near future. But teaching it how to actually be a dodo is like a different matter entirely, you know? Yeah. And George, I'm sure you're perfectly capable of understanding this, George. But if you are saying goodbye, then goodbye to you, George. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your support. Yeah. Darth Varick, how are you doing? Yeah. What's the end game? And Darth Varick, the end game for the dodo is to create basically a facsimile of the dodo and help reestablish this species on the island that it called home for millions of years before we killed it. You know, I guess in that sense, the end game is to try and, you know, atone for a grievous human sin. The fact that we drove these creatures to extinction in the first place, and it's all our fault. You know? And along the way, they're going to try and make a bunch of cool discoveries that I guess will be profitable to this biotech company. And will, hopefully, they're claiming, help improve human lives along the way, too. You know, new medical discoveries. You know, the potential for new cures to diseases. And lots of cool advancements that could help, you know, conserve modern species before they go extinct in the first place. I think if a person from Colossal were here, that would be their sales pitch. I think that's the idea, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And it will fill a spot in that island ecosystem, a spot which has been empty for 350 years at this point. Yeah. It'll help bring back the ebony forests that once grew there. Ebony trees are very rare on the island of Mauritius nowadays because nobody's spreading those seeds around like dodos used to do, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And Darth Varick says, thanks for the record, I've just arrived. You did. Thank you for being a good sport. And no, I'm right there with you, Darth. Yeah. Shoot, I live in the San Francisco Bay Area. Anytime anybody talks about, like, oh, tech startups and stuff like that, immediately there are blaring sirens in my head that go off that say, scam, scam, scam. You know, Theranos, Metaverse, FTX, Tesla, whatever. You know, just scams left and right. So yeah. Yeah. I know where you're coming from, and I agree with you on that front, I think. Yeah. So yeah, yeah. And you're in Boston, and same response. There you go, SB Harkin. Yeah, yeah. Or Dodo Airlines, Animal Crossing. Is that a thing Various has? I'm not familiar with this. Hang on. Dodo Airlines. From Animal Crossing. Well, that's pretty funny. Given that Dodo's famously flightless. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Very nice. Yeah. Baby says, so they want to bring back the dodos and mammoths for the ebony and ivory piano keys. Oh no. I don't think the ebony, the black keys on a piano are not made of ebony wood, are they? Were they? Yeah. I don't know enough. I'm not a pianist myself. I don't know about that. They were? Really? You're kidding me. Fancy one, says Claire Burr. Really, really? That's nuts. Well, I just learned something. I learned multiple things every stream. But that is one for the ages. I didn't know that those are actually made of ebony wood. That's crazy. Yeah. And And at one point, the black and white were switched. Really? Tinkle the ivories. Ew, Dr. E. I know that's not what you meant. You meant tickle. But, oh boy. Yeah. 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 Let's continue with this. Yeah.
Just ask this scientician. He'll tell you that in nature...
Darth Varric, what an appropriate follow notification. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. 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 Good stuff. An interesting, Reno. The main keys were ebony and the others were ivory. Huh. Did not know that. Yeah, and Rune Lore makes a good point here. Rune Lore says, simply getting a better understanding of the avian genome, or we already have, like, apparently a full genome for a dodo and many other birds, but understanding how the genome actually translates into phenotype is going to be really instructive, and there's going to be all kinds of cool things we learn from that. Rinler says, I hope any human modifications to ecosystems has a lot of research behind it before implementing. Agreed. Yeah. Although, on that same token, you know, when we think about the island of Mauritius, you know, yeah. Let's pull up good old Google Earth here. Let's look up the island of Mauritius. Right there. There you go. Off the east coast of Madagascar. So this is an island that has been modified extensively.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
It's true, Hazanku. Thank you for the 14 months of support. Hazanku, thank you. Really appreciate you. Thank you. I don't know. There have been a tremendous number of human modifications done to this environment. Many of them, if not most of them, for the worse. A huge modification to this environment was the killing off of the largest vertebrate animal on the island, the dodo. You know, so it's like, if we're talking about playing God here, you know, what worse form is there of playing God than driving an entire species of living thing into extinction? You know? Why does that never get discussed as playing God? That was a grievous, grievous sin against nature that was committed by human beings. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, with that said, we're gonna... Oop, wrong button. We're gonna snatch this dodo off the printer here. Give me just a second here. Let's grab that. Resurrected our own dodo here. But yeah. SB Harkins says something will go wrong because of the profit motive. It very well might. I don't know. I wish those folks the very best of luck in their attempt to resurrect the dodo. But yeah. Yeah. And it's creative mode, and even though it's actually survival mode and everything, I'm lost in the sauce of that analogy, Siphon Pilot. You lost me. I don't know what that means. Yeah. And Gargaware Spot on. I think you are correct. The largest vertebrates probably would have been the tortoises that lived on that island. That's a really good point, Gargaware. The largest bipedal vertebrates, we'll say. We'll stack the deck to make sure we're correct there. The largest bipedal vertebrate animals. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And I agree. Triceratops, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Let's get back to our article here. The bird answered to cloning. Hang on. Currently, without the ability to cryopreserve the cells of bird species and clone them later, there is no scientific failsafe for birds, like there is for mammals in the case of genetic bottlenecks or critical endangerment. However, Jensen is hoping a different emerging genetic technology could perform a similar role for endangered bird species. This one focuses on not creating an entire clone, but on altering what kinds of chicks an individual is producing. Interesting. That requires researchers to focus on birds' testes and ovaries, also called the gonads. While we don't really care that the host species looks like the animal, what we care about is that the gonads are identical to the animal that we're cloning, right? Jensen says. In birds, we can kind of clone the gonad. I guess that is the underlying idea here in being able to clone a dodo. Yeah. The bird answer to cloning hinges on something called primordial germ cells, or PGCs. It's basically a fancy term for the cells that are destined to become sperm and egg cells. Cloning a mammal involves inserting the DNA of one individual into one egg and producing one offspring that is the genetic replica of the donor. With PCG technology, however, the goal is to create a surrogate with gonads that contain the DNA of another species. Researchers refer to these hybrid animals as chimeras. That's funny. That name has a slightly different connotation in paleontology. But, yeah, interesting. So basically, you could, like, engineer a bird that'll just spit out another kind of bird. It's like the opposite of on iOS channel, with birds eating other birds. This is birds reproducing other birds. Yeah. And Reno, I will put the safety goggles on. Don't worry. I'm not... Here. I will set this aside for now. So you know I'm not... Look. There it is in front of the camera. Don't worry. Yeah. There we go. You might have a domestic rooster host who produces sperm with DNA of a greater prairie chicken. If the rooster were mated with a female greater prairie chicken, the pair would then produce greater prairie chicken chicks. This approach has the benefit that one host parent could theoretically produce many offspring with the DNA of a donor over the course of its lifetime, rather than a single individual that would be produced via cloning. And as long as the researchers can cryopreserve these PGCs, they can still offer the benefit of bringing back DNA from a donor that died long ago. Interesting. The catch is that PGC technology is much trickier than cloning, with more steps that could potentially go wrong, so it's still in development. This is the thing. So the entire success of the whole Dodo resurrection project, the de-extinction of the Dodo hinges on this technology right here, and if they're able to figure this out. If they do, then great, it's on to the next step. If they can't figure this out, it's dead in its tracks right there. You know? It's not going to work if they can't get this critical component working. You know? Yeah. Researchers have made some progress, but that makes Jensen and Novak hopeful that the technology could one day be used for conservation. Much of it's been done on chickens so far. Several groups of researchers have successfully transferred PGCs from one breed of chicken into another, producing offspring with donor DNA. I did not know that. They've been able to produce Maya ducks, Korean pheasants, and even Haobara bustards by mating a chimera domestic chicken male to the female of those species. That's nuts. Really? It's a really good sign for working across multiple species, even distantly related species, Jensen says, although we have not yet hatched any chickens to verify functional sperm production. Interesting. Very interesting. Anyway, if you'd like to, Oh, and that was from this article here. Shoot, did I think I was looking at a different article? I did. Oh, anyway. That is the technology, though, that will be necessary to bring back the dodo. Incubation and hatching. There you go. So will this be possible? There's been a lot of press about this. There's been a lot of optimism. There's been a lot of hype. I sincerely hope that they're able to do this. You know? I've got my doubts, as any scientist would. But, man, would it be cool to see something close to a living dodo brought back. Let's clear the supports off of this real quick. And, yeah. I'll show you this thing all completed.
This is Laura Dern of Jurassic Park. Digging up dinosaurs is hard, frustrating work. It takes months or years, so leave it to the professionals.
Thank you, Poets Blight47. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here, be right back. Let me grab the pliers, or the snip, whatever I call them, real quick. There we go. Yeah. So I'm going to pull off the supports here. This is an integral part of the printing process for the kind of filament and the kind of printer that I use. You need to have supports. Any, like, overhangs need to have something underneath. Because, you know, stuff just can't hang in the air. The filament doesn't levitate as it's printing. It needs to have supports underneath it. Well, let's do the back first, shall we? And I can afford to be a little bit brutal with this. There we go. Because we don't have any delicate pieces. This is just the back of the neck. Ah. And yeah, and glue is cheap too. Well, I still don't want to break it though. Thank you, Nell. Yeah. Ah. There we go. Neck is clear. Beautiful. Yeah, very nice. Oh, see that long bit of filament? See that right there? Yeah. This was the very last path of the extruder nozzle. So this is the very last part that printed, then it went zzzt, and there was like a little string coming off the top. Anyway, I'm being really careful about the tip of the beak right here, because this is an overhanging part, and I don't want to accidentally snap it off. So let's be gingerly about it. Nice and gentle. Or if not gentle, at least precise with our forcefulness. Come on. Oh. Oh. Almost there. Ah, yeah. All right. Here, let me show you a different view. Hard part's done. Good song, by the way, too. Yeah. Okay, whoop. Moving the supports. Yeah. go. Almost there. Try on the other side. Yeah. And Feister says, what is the verdict as to whether we should resurrect the dodo? Well, I'll say this. You know, I'm a paleontologist. I'm not a moral philosopher. I'm not the sort of person who ponders ethical questions for a living. But in my opinion, you know, take it for what it's worth, I think we as human beings have some kind of a responsibility to the natural world. To correct our past mistakes. To try and atone for the things that we've done wrong in the past, like driving the dodo into extinction. I think this is a project where, if it can be properly and ethically done, it will have all kinds of really cool spin-off benefits. We will learn so much about how birds work, about how they develop, you know, I would say in utero if birds had uteruses, but, you know. There will be so many cool things learned from this project. And the opportunity to restore habitat on the island of Mauritius, bring it back to some semblance of its former glory when it had these really cool flightless birds walking around. I think that's worth it in and of itself. Mike Honig, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. So yeah. I don't know, you can agree or disagree with that assessment, but that's what I think. You know? So yeah, I really hope they're able to succeed with that project, but I don't know if I'd put money on it. Like the investors are. I'm glad that somebody is, but yeah. And then I've got some other views too, which I'll tell you at the end of the broadcast. As kind of a sign-off dealy. But yeah. And yeah, bring back the passenger pigeon too. Definitely, Tea Time Cat. We didn't even talk about the passenger pigeon today. But it also... This is another species related to the dodo, actually, as a pigeon. It's also a member of Columbidae. I think it's from Columbidae, at least. It's a pigeon relative. It's a pigeon. But, yeah, that was driven into extinction by human overhunting and habitat destruction. And that was another grievous crime. There we go. Check that out. Could use a little bit of smoothing. But there is our dodo. Check that out. Holy cow. Just about life size, maybe a little bit smaller. This would be like a smallish dodo here. These are big animals, you know? Like, compared to most modern birds. This animal would be close to 1 meter tall. Full grown. For a big dodo. Yeah. Pretty cool. Look at that beautiful beak. A nice curved tip to it. And just like in modern pigeons, the keratinous portion of the beak, the part that's actually covered by keratin, like beak material, is only at the front. This is all fleshy up here. See where the beak, the actual, like, true beak part starts? The actual keratinous ramifica is only there on the front. Just like you see in a pigeon. Like the closest living relative of the dodo, this critter is still around today, the Nicobar pigeon. And look at its snout right there. So I can find you a closer up image. Yeah. The Nicobar pigeon. Can you see some family resemblance? Right there, perhaps? There we go. Yeah. Closest living relatives. Closest, I mean, it's relatively speaking. It's all relative, but They're separated by what? 10, 11, 12 million years? They've had a lot of time to separate. But, yeah. Pretty cool. And from Nicobar Islands? Yes, yes indeed, Ali J. Off of India. Yeah. Put weights on them, perfect bookends, says Reno. I mean, for right now, I can put it right up there on the shelf. Yeah. Yeah. Cool stuff. And it's pronounced Nicolaj. Is it really roses and tea? Nicolaj and not Nicobar? Huh. Anyway, let's go ahead and put our dodo bird in a place of honor up here on the shelf. There we go. How's that? I think that's pretty good. Let's scoot it back a bit. So it's silhouetted properly. That's nice. I like that a lot. Yeah. Very nice. And yeah, let's do Thursday Birds Day real quick, Dr. Tara. Before I forget, holy cow, it's been a jam-packed discussion today. Somebody type in !birds. Let's do some Thursday Birds Day. I don't have a video sting yet for Thursday Birds Day. One of these days I'll put one together. But let me go into the Discord here. And for anybody new to the idea, on Thursdays here on Paleontologizing, we talk about birds. Birds themselves are living dinosaurs. They're the only dinosaurs that survived the asteroid impact at the end of the Cretaceous period. And birds are a wonderful, wonderful kind of window into nature. They're a way to connect with the natural world. No matter where you live on any of Earth's 7 continents, chances are there are birds near you right now. So every week now on Paleontologizing, I encourage people to go out into their neighborhood, near their work, wherever, and try and locate some birds near you and try and snap a picture of one. And we have our first one right here from Curtis Pucka. Curtis Pucka, this is an American coot right here, it looks like. Very nice. I have these where I live. American coots, beautiful birds. That's a great shot. Very nice. You don't have to you don't have to be a wonderful photographer. You don't have to have a fancy camera to participate in Thursday Birds Day. All you gotta do is try and snap a picture of a bird near you and load it to the Discord there. This is a celebration of birds around us. The way that they change through the seasons, and that, you know, there's different birds around at different times. And when we travel, we encounter different birds as well. Who is that? Charlie's Dragon? Captured. Some kind of sparrow, perhaps? Who is this? A Eurasian siskin that your cat brought in. Or possibly a citral finch. But looking at photos online, I'm leaning towards siskin. It's probably a female yellowhammer. Man, those little passerine birds, holy cow, they can fool you. Yeah, thanks to Matt Pie for the identification. Thank you, Matt Pie. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. It's one of the most common garden birds where I live. Very cool. I've never seen one of these before. I'm glad you were able to save that bird, because holy cow, cats have caused the extinction of multiple species of birds around the world. I'm glad you were able to save this individual bird. Shoot. Yeah. Yeah. A mockingbird there, and this is the kind of Thursday Birds Day photo that I love. This is more on par with, like, the sort of thing that I see. And my crummy camera. Lovely. Yeah. Is that a mockingbird? Very nice. Mockingbirds. Yeah. responsible for all kinds of really cool bird calls, and responsible for some great literature as well. Maybe that was Harper Lee. Yeah, anyway. We've got a great egret here from Origin TT. Very nice, Origin. Just standing there obligingly, like, yeah, come photograph me. Look how beautiful I am. I'm a great egret. You know? Look at me. From the safety of inside, says Reno, because birds are dinosaurs. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And a hawk, question mark, eating a smaller bird outside your apartment. Who is that? Ooh. Bette Midler. Very cool. In Minneapolis on January 31st. Very cool. Yeah. Is that a Cooper's hawk? A sparrow hawk? Who is this? Somebody in chat will know. Looks like a Cooper's, says Green Herring. Nice. Very, very cool. Yeah. Big dadgum egret flying away from you in the woods. Don't know if it was the great kind. Looked pretty great to me, says Marespace. You know, they should really rename those, because all egrets are great. But anyway, you know how these things go. Yeah. Your neighbor thought it was a Cooper's hawk? Cool, Bette Midler. I'm glad you're here, by the way. I know I'm covering Thursday Birds Day super late in the broadcast, but yeah. And a Tamaulipas crow, says Dr. Terra. Wow, very cool. Not an American crow. Not... What's it called? I forget the genus and species. It's not Corvus corax. That's the American raven. What's the genus and species for an American crow? Anyway, this is a different species, apparently. Very cool, Dr. Terra. Very, very cool. And look at all of them. Wow. A whole flock. Just a vast number of crows. Very nice. Yeah. And hear the funny sounds of the Tamaulipas crow. Let's do that real quick. Let's look that up. Dr. Terra, thank you for the recommend there. Let's hope this stands up to the hype. It sounds like a crow that's congested. Yeah. Somebody get that crow some Robitussin. Stat. And it's C. Brachyrhynchos. See, I was thinking Brachyrhynchos was the genus name for some reason. Thank you, Claire. Yeah. Is it Corvus Brachyrhynchos? Are they the same genus as the raven? And, Poet's Plight says, what's your thoughts on some dinosaur eggs showing bird-like reproductive characteristics, such as ovum in ovo? That's a brilliant first question, Poet's Plight. Holy moly. I'm impressed, Poet. Yeah. I mean, it's exactly what we would expect to see. We know that birds evolved from theropod dinosaurs, and that ovum in ovo egg was found from a titanosaur, a sauropod dinosaur, in India. Sauropods and theropods are sister groups. So birds evolved from the theropod dinosaurs. Sauropods are over here. They're the long-necked, four-legged, plant-eating dinosaurs. So that shows that that kind of like avian reproductive system first evolved in dinosaurs, and it's ancestral to Saurischia, the Saurischean dinosaurs. So, yeah. Here, let's find a dinosaur phylogeny here real quick. That'll do it. Yeah. Well, it would if it were bigger. What's up with you, Google? Whatever, that'll work. I swear Google Images gets worse every single day. I don't know what it is, but Google is just, like, intent on killing their search engine. I don't understand it. Ugh. You know what? No, this is untenable. Let's find a bigger one. No, it's not gonna work. Really trying my patience, Google Images. Seriously, worse each and every day. Let's try DuckDuckGo. There we go. Images. Dinosaur phylogeny. That would be good. But it's going to take us to the same page. Let's try Holtz. Oh, goodness. Did that webpage go down? Is that the issue here? Anyway, I'm trying to find you an evolutionary family tree of dinosaurs to help explain this concept a little bit further. And it's gone. That's weird. Although this is still much worse than DuckDuckGo. Goodness, Google search. My, how the mighty have fallen. I guess we'll just try here. Ugh. You can hardly read that, but... You know, I did my best. This is what we call a phylogeny, an evolutionary family tree of the dinosaurs. So... The traditional view, which most paleontologists still hold to today, it's been challenged a few times, but it seems to be holding up, is that there's basically a major split here in Dinosauria. Right at the bottom of Dinosauria, you've got a split into the Ornithischia and Saurischia. The bird-hipped dinosaurs, Ornithischia, and the lizard-hipped dinosaurs, Saurischia. Which is funny, because the birds actually evolved from the lizard-hipped dinosaurs. But anyway, you've got the sauropodomorphs up here, sauropods. And then you've got the theropods. Theropods are the group that birds belong to. So these two are part of the same half of the dinosaur family tree. It's sauropods like these guys, the titanosaurs that were found with the ovum in ovo egg. And that's the same thing that birds can do, where they have like an egg and an egg. Sometimes something just goes wrong, and you get an egg forming inside of another egg. The fact that we see this in birds today, and also in titanosaur sauropods, makes a lot of sense, because these guys are sister groups, theropods and sauropods. They're pretty close to one another. So yeah. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And, you'd love a crow friend, Breezy1521? I've had crow friends before. It's pretty cool. Yeah. But yeah, and dodos are pretty big. I mean, there's a head of a dodo right there. I just printed this. I realize you probably just got here, Breezy, but yeah. Yeah, these were big birds. Maybe like twice the size of a turkey? Something like that. Larger than a turkey, at least. Close to 1 meter tall when full grown. 3 feet tall, something like that. Yeah. Anyway, just 3D printed that dodo head live on stream today. Anywho, back to Thursday Birdsday stuff. Hey Hazanku, thanks. Glad you approve. Yeah. Sheepdog says, I always wonder why Convergent Evolution didn't create another Titanosaur-sized creature. Nobody's got the juice nowadays, Sheepdog. Mammals just aren't up to the task. They've tried. Couldn't get there. Never got big enough. Because they're not dinosaurs. There have been multiple times there have been Titanosaur-sized dinosaurs, you know? Titanosaurs are kind of the last of the big long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs, but other dinosaurs, other sauropods, you know, diplodocids, mamenchisaurs, possibly like euhelipids, other kinds of sauropods also got super big, and they approached the same size, and then there might be kind of a ceiling there, and they're all bumping their heads on that same ceiling, where, metaphorically speaking, there's just like a maximum size that you can attain as an animal on land, and multiple groups of sauropods got there, and yeah, titanosaurs were just the last ones to do it. So yeah. And whales is Hazanku? Well, yeah, but whales are effectively weightless. They live in the water. They don't count. But yeah, they don't have to support their own body weight like land critters do. Bazui says, had a visitor on my porch this morning. Who is that? Is that a red tail right there? Beautiful, Bazui. That is really, really cool. I hope they're okay. Usually they don't hang out on doorsteps like that, on porches. He's trying to sell you magazine subscriptions or something. Yeah. Trying to raise money for my basketball team. It left shortly after. Okay, cool, Bazui. Good. I'm glad it was able to fly off safely. Yeah. Just getting out of the rain mayor space, it does look pretty slick and wet. Or maybe even icy out there. So yeah. Nice. Nice. Just stopped by to borrow a cup of voles. There you go, leg kick. The gig economy is brutal, don't I know it? Necromancy, yeah. Yeah. And Patrick Pirate says, Hawk says, we've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. That's a beautiful, beautiful photo. Bazui, really nice. I like that a lot. Thank you for sharing. Oh, that makes me smile. And Paper Cut says these appear to be hairy woodpecker and downy woodpecker. Two flavors that go better together. Wow. Hairy and downy. They're after the suet in that feeder. Very nice. That's really, really cool. Very, very nice. Paper Cuts. Two different woodpecker taxa right there in the same frame. You know, if this doesn't show that we can all get along, I don't know what does. And Green Herring says, more winter duck time fun. I've been having a lot of that lately. Some lesser scalp in the Potomac. Not to be confused with the incredibly similar greater scalp. I don't know, these ones look pretty great. And there's 3 of them. I'll have to push this to the side so you can see. There are 3 of them. Yeah. Very cool, Green Herring. And look at those golden eyes. I wonder if these are related to golden eye ducks. Or if they just happen to have golden eyes also. Yeah. Lordy, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And speaking of golden eyes, for anybody who wasn't here for the past 2 weeks... Yeah. There we go. You know what? Shoot, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, so play this. Here, watch this. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Yeah. Are those a kind of goldeneye, I wonder? Or are they related to goldeneyes? They're part of probably Anatidae, I would imagine. The duck family. But, yeah. 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 When is this going on Tink Tonk? Shoot, it should go on there like now, Bubsy. I didn't even realize I should do that, but I should do that, huh? Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, and Ali J says, juvenile currawong taken in my backyard. They are relatives of the Australian magpie and butcher birds. What a gorgeous bird there. That's got to be some kind of corvid, right? Or a jay or magpie. Yeah, it's a magpie relative. Very cool. It is a beautiful bird indeed, Patrick Pirate. By the way, Patrick, it's great to have you here. How things been going lately? Hope the laboratory's been treating you well. I hope academia has not been...
At that time, the land of the planet was clumped together in one vast supercontinent.
Not been too cutthroat.
Dinosaurs soon occupied every corner of that world.
As they do today. FMSSK, thank you for the 4 months of support, FMSSK. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Yeah. Yeah. Fascinating, but very challenging. That's fair, Patrick Pirate. And well said, too. Yeah. And these guys are not corvids, but they are related to magpies, right? I bet you these guys are pretty clever. Yeah. Very cool. Layer Trop says, yay ducks, though it's summer down here. That... Who is that? That's not an American mallard, or whatever the common mallard... Who is this? That's cool. Yeah. Magpies aren't corvids either? Oh, okay. I did not know that. See, I love Thursday Birds Day because there are people here in chat who know far more about birds than I do, so we can have, like, a nice cultural exchange. I'll tell you about non-avian dinosaurs. You tell me about avian dinosaurs. Everybody's happy. Yeah. It's good stuff. Zesty Fungi, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. With a duck emoji there. Very appropriate, Zesty. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And, Artemids are a group of superfamily Melanotoidea, a lineage which is widespread throughout Australasia and consists of a vast diversity of omnivorous and carnivorous songbirds. So they're not related to American magpies? Or European magpies? Roses and tea? Interesting. Yeah. And Green Herring says, can confirm scalp is not closely related to goldeneye. Wow, so we've got convergence there? What I want to know is, are they as deadly as goldeneyes? That's something I'm curious about. Yeah. Are scalps closely related to scoters? Like surf scoters? I'm just throwing terms out here at this point. But yeah. The only corvids we have in Strya are the Stryan raven, Teresian crow, little raven, little crow, and forest raven. Interesting, LHA. I did not know that. Thank you for teaching me something. Cool. Yeah. And where's the Tree of Life, says Roses and Tea? Well, shoot. Let's pull that up, I guess. You got me. I can't resist that. Tree of Life here. Let's look at the, what's it called? What's our American magpie called? Is it Western magpie? That doesn't sound right. Western magpie. It would help if I could spell magpie correctly. Blue magpie, green magpie, Australian magpie. Black magpie. I think that's the one I'm thinking of. Or black-billed magpie? It's the one that's on our Paleontologizing logo. Let's see here. Yeah, that's different from the one I'm thinking of. I think it's the black-billed magpie. Yeah. Pika Pika. Black-billed magpie. That's the one that I know and love. These were all over Bozeman, Montana when I lived there. And all over other parts of Montana, too. They get rarer the further east you go, though. Australian magpie. They are way the heck over here. Holy moly. These are related to butcher birds, like Ali J was saying. Very interesting. And butcher, that sounds pretty grisly. I wonder how they earned that nickname. I bet you they ate some meat vendors or some butchers. Yeah. Yowza. And thank you. People in chat were shouting at me, black-billed magpie, and I wasn't looking at chat. But yeah. They eat chicks and attack pet budgies and stuff? Shoot, Simply Garrick, that's pretty grisly. Yeah. Anyway, we gotta get through the rest of these Thursday Birdsday birds for Thursday Birdsday. Megatronus is giving us this beautiful bird. Is that an Australian magpie? Yeah, and some more duckos. Very nice. I love those white streaks. They're so similar and yet so different from our American ducks. These are beautiful. Thank you, Megatronus. Yeah, well, Lynx, that looks like a black-capped chickadee. No, I was wrong. A chestnut-backed chickadee. Very cool. These birds are so neat. Chickadees are really, really cool. And they're like, the way they can control their metabolism, since they don't migrate, they overwinter in these places. And they're active all year round. They can actually, like, supercharge their metabolism to stay warm. Or they can go into a state that's almost like torpor, from what I understand. Really cool. Yeah. And Raven friends, Bob and Joe. Look at them. They're beautiful. They remind me of some Raven friends that I've made over the years. Sibeliusaurus, very nice. Love ravens. And a wee bird says, what's this doing under my desk? That's a zebra finch. I almost couldn't. I'm like, is that a painted egg? What is that? That's a zebra finch there. Very egg-shaped. That's beautiful. Very, very nice. There, wee bird. Very nice. Litton Gamer, he is rapidly approaching. That looks like some kind of dove. Is that a collared dove? It's not a mourning dove, is it? Very cool, Litton Gamer. And this is a... kestrel? Is that a kestrel? Somebody tell me. Yeah. Oh, and very cool Mayor Space. Although almost everybody so far has adhered to the gentle rule that I put forth. I should really post it in here. But please limit your Thursday Birdsday birds to one bird per Thursday Birdsday. Just one Thursday Birdsday bird per Thursday Birdsday. One bird. So that I don't spend, you know, every single day going over these. Or not, I don't spend all day going over these, rather. And Nankeen Kestrel, says LHJ. It's very brightly colored and, like, kind of stocky. It's very cute. Kestrels are so neat. Yeah. Very cool. A little blue heron. Very cool Mayor Space. What a beautiful place to live. It's like you're photographing straight from the Cretaceous period, Mayor Space. This might as well be the Hell Creek Formation here. Gorgeous. What a cool place to live, Mayor Space. Unutatobia says, Little crows I had the pleasure to meet from a distance in the Netherlands a few years ago. They're my favorite type of bird, so I was thrilled. Look at the Look at the... Oh, man. Do crows in the Netherlands have, like, a fringe of whitish feathers like that? Or are these just really young? Oh, they're jackdaws. Oh, very cool. Very nice. They're very cute. Oh, this is so cool. Don't you just love Thursday Burbs Day? Some duckos at the park. Very nice, Truckhorn. Very nice indeed. Look at them. I still gotta show off my birds, too. I like how they're all doing the whole May Long thing. This is a behavior that actually goes all the way back to the Cretaceous period. We've got a troodontid dinosaur, May Long, whose name means sleeping dragon because it was found curled up in this very avian posture like that. There's the head, that triangular head, tucked like that under the wing. Yeah, like this. Or like this. This kind of behavior goes all the way back to the time of the dinosaurs, which is pretty cool to consider. That's a behavior that birds actually inherited from their dinosaur ancestors, it seems. Really cool. And here are some duckos doing that. Very nice, Truckhorn. Very nice. And that's our last one. Yeah. And Skizzy says, Gungy-eyed jackdaw. Let's look that up on the Tree of Life. Thank you, Skizzy, for your sharp eye and your keen observation there. Yeah, we'll jump from Australian magpie to, oh, never mind. Let's just go to jackdaw. Maybe I misinterpreted something. Look at Darien jackdaw. Not all of the common names are consistent across languages, or... Yeah. Anyway, jackdaws. Very cool birds. The Eurasian jackdaw, fan-tailed raven, and Darien jackdaw. Yeah. Very nice. So jackdaws and crows, both corvids, closely related to one another. Very cool animals. Very cool animals. Yeah. Yeah, and let me show you my Thursday Birds Day birds. Bird. One species, many individuals. I was kind of astonished at just the sheer number of these birds. Was truly impressed. Here, where did they go? Yes, indeed. Yeah. So, this is not a great photo here. I've got several gulls. I don't know what kind they are, but what I'm more interested in for the purposes of today is this just pavement of birds right here. Let's zoom in and enhance. Hundreds of sanderlings. Sanderlings. Whoop. Here we go. Sanderlings are some of the smallest shorebirds around. This is here. This is San Francisco Bay right here, by the way. Right near where I live. And these little tiny birds are called sanderlings. Let's take a look at a quick video about them, because they are super neat. Yeah. So one of the things that they love to do is run back and forth in the waves. It's one of the cutest things you will ever see. Take a look. So they don't do this on the bay shore because we don't have the waves on the bay. But they run back and forth with the waves of the ocean as they crash up on the beach. Look at them run! I think they might be a species of sandpiper in airspace. We'll look at that. We'll look at that. Yeah. And so they don't just do this for fun, they do this to forage as well, because they catch little invertebrates and sometimes even tiny, tiny fishes. And, yeah. But they don't like to get wet, and they're small enough that they could get engulfed by the waves, and so they try to run away from them. Other birds like stilts, oyster catchers, plovers, larger sandpipers, they don't really worry so much about waves. These guys, yeah, they don't like the water as much. They're so small, you know? Oh, such cool critters. Yeah. They're very, very neat. Breezy says the synchronization is so beautiful. I mean, it's, yeah. There's no leader to that group or anything. It's different, just birds in the group paying attention to who's around them and trying not to crash into each other. Yeah. That's at Half Moon Bay State Beach, apparently, which is just south of me here in coastal California. Sanderlings, very, very cool birds. Let's look them up on the Tree of Life. We'll jump from jackdaws to sanderlings. Yeah. Calidris alba. It's the genus and species for the sanderling. Quite the departure from our corvids. Way over there. Sanderlings. Look at this beautiful critter. One of the smallest shorebirds in the world, if I remember. They're related to sandpipers and stints. There's the least sandpiper, which I think might be the world's smallest shorebird. More sandpipers and stints. And dunlins. I need to learn my shorebirds a little bit better. But, yeah. Cool critters. The pinnacle of shorebird? Some would say so, Claire Burr. Yeah. Yeah. And Mayor Spaces, we have these little crustaceans in Florida that we call sand fleas that can be dug out just as the wave recedes. That's what these guys are trying to do, I think. Yeah. But yeah. And what is this amazing chart? Somebody type in tree there. This is the Tree of Life. Here, we'll jump from these guys to humans. Good old Homo sapiens. There we go. And then we can jump from Homo sapiens to the origin of life on Earth. There we go. Humans, and let's jump out to all life. Wow. Yeah, you're welcome, Breezy. Enjoy. This is a really, really cool resource. It's really fun to kind of mess around with. There you go, the Tree of Life. As far as we know, all life on Earth is descended from one single common ancestor. About something shy of 4 billion years ago here on Earth. And we think this because all life on Earth shares genetic material.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Thank you, Oscar Juniors, for gifting Poet's Plight. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Oscars.
They have given 13 gift subs to the channel.
Thank you, Oscar. Really appreciate that. So yeah, good stuff. Let's jump from there to, I don't know, E. coli, something. Let's pick up this strain there. Yeah. This is really, stop. Yeah, here, let's zoom in here, and then let's go to E. coli right there. Gotta zoom out, and then we'll zoom back in. There's a lot of bacterial species here on Earth, so it takes quite a while to get there. Yeah. And least sandpipers or little stints are the smallest shorebirds. Interesting, Matt Pie. Interesting. Huh. And Pfizer, Did I see The Thing? I did not. I don't think I know for a fact I would not like that movie. I'm squeamish and, yeah. Somebody offered to show that movie to me once, and I'm like, no, you're on my field crew. You do not want me to watch that movie. I will 100% end up, like, waking up at 3 in the morning when we're in the field together, you know, brandishing a flamethrower, demanding to see your dental fillings. That movie will freak me out, and I don't want to watch it. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And no photo of E. coli? Well, it's this particular strain of E. coli. Shoot. If I click on a different E. coli strain over here... Watch how long it'll be until we get to this strain here. These are all the same species here. There's so many different strains of E. coli. It's nuts. You know? Yeah. Well, okay, maybe that's a bad example. These aren't taking as long as I thought they would be. Let's try this one. Anyway, I'm not a bacteriologist. I don't study these things. But yeah, there's an astonishing diversity of bacteria around the world. This is all within the same species, as we understand it. As I understand it, at least, you know? There's an incredible diversity of different strains of E. coli. Escherichia coli, 8881710J is that strain. Yowza. So anyway, one is named after Chipotle. SB Harkin, that's very appropriate. Oh, Chipotle. Goodness. Yeah. Anyway. And hey, Akiowolf, thank you. We're just about done talking about dodos, actually. Having 3D printed this and then talked about the Colossal project to try and resurrect the dodo. We're just about ready to wrap up. But I wanted to leave you with maybe some closing thoughts about dodos, about conservation, about extinction, and about our responsibility as human beings, you know? The extinction of the dodo occurred because of, you know, human thoughtlessness. Not just overhunting of these remarkable birds, but also destruction of their habitat. You know, the clear-cutting of forests to grow, you know, to create big sugar plantations on the island of Mauritius. The thoughtless introduction of rats, and the intentional introduction of animals like pigs and cats to the island. It's just too much for this remarkable creature, and it's within like 70 years of being discovered for the first time, they were already extinct. It's just a reminder that as human beings, we have tremendous power, but, you know, it comes, I think, with a requirement that we try and use that power for good. And this is not the sort of thing that you're gonna hear, you know, on a platform like Twitch or any other, like, advertisement-driven platform, be it the news or television or whatever. But I don't know, as in modern society, we're all being advertised to all the time, you know? You know, we're compelled to want this product or that product, to think that our lives are not complete without purchasing something, you know, in order to make ourselves happy. And all of that mindless consumption like that is what our economy runs on. And that's the same kind of, you know, mindless consumption that leads to the extinction of species, because we have to keep hoarding resources and going out and exploiting the natural environments and So yeah, I guess my parting message to you today is try and be cognizant of that, you know? Think, will buying this thing actually make me happy? Should I really feel insecure about myself in this way or that way? You know, as advertisers want me to do, so that I'll continue to buy and consume and spend and, you know, work my fingers to the bone so that I'll always have more stuff. Because at the end of the day, that's not what makes you happy. And that's also what's killing our planet. So it might sound corny, you know, but it's important to think about this sort of stuff. And, you're not going to hear that from advertisers or from traditional media, because they all want you to keep consuming like that. Think about the Dodo, you know? And how, regardless of whether or not we can resurrect this animal or some facsimile of it, if we don't get our act together as human beings, we are 100% going to go the way of the Dodo. If we can't find a way to live within our means here on our planet Earth, you know? Anywho. There's an Archaeopteryx to run our credits under right there. Run our credits over, rather. It's time to wrap up this broadcast. So yeah. Come on, credits, you can do it. Thank you, everybody, for the incredible level of support during this broadcast today. Thank you for making this sort of thing possible here on Twitch. Who would have thought? Science education on Twitch, but...
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting...
Thank you, Ranger Cleric.
Fossil science here on Twitch.
AI will kill us.
I hope not, Ranger Cleric. Yeah, but something to watch out for sure. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Really appreciate that. Thank you to everybody whose name is appearing here in the credits right now. Thank you for your viewership, for your good questions, for your enthusiasm. Thank you, Mandoluna70, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're going to find somebody to raid here real quick. Who else is live right now? Constababble is on. Here we go. Constababble is one of my very, very favorite streamers here on Twitch. She's a professional science communicator. And she hails from down under in Australia. You're going to love her. Let's see what she's up to. Thank you again, everybody, for a wonderful stream. I hope you had fun tonight. I hope you learned something. And I hope you're inspired to go out and look at some more birds. Find some solace in nature, you know? It's all good stuff. Anyway, thank you, everybody. Let's go raid into Constababble, and I hope to see you tomorrow for another exciting paleontological stream. All right. Take care. Bye-bye.